So we have our spinning cam set up. All set and ready to go. I nudged it when I got up. So fix it. There we go. Spinning cam, ooh la la. And then we have a crafty cam. The only problem is it is quite yellow. S Rice, thank you for the sub, my dude. Woo! How are you? 13 months. Can't believe you stuck around with me this long. Although I greatly appreciate it, but 13 months. I'll have to figure out a new location for the microphone. Tank the Hammer, hello, I am Damien's wife. Are you checking me out? Damien tells everybody to check me out. So we're playing with the new cameras today. We're going over all of the things. We got new logos, new emotes. I've been hanging out on Illustrator a lot. I like it. Blue Tarsky, our good friend of the stream, of multiple streams really, 3D printed this phone holder for me to test out, and this is delightful. It's got a nifty little handle. It goes back and forth. RIP if I'm making you car sick. I do apologize. My desk is at an angle, I realize. My desk tilts because it's an L desk, so it's not flat. So I do apologize. But I'll make my keyboard straight if that makes the rest of you happy. So let me see here. Let me see if I can get it a zoom in, because the whole point for this was we needed a far away and a close-up view. So let me see if we can make that happen. Hold, please. This will be a better test to see if it works. If it's alive. Really, it'll be a better test so y'all can tell me if it looks fuzzy or weird or what's going on. All right. This. Hang on, hold that thought. Almost there, I promise. I select. And cropping and chopping. All right, so instead of zooming in and zooming out, we're gonna have a far away view and a close-up view. It works. It works. Ah, it's alive. Don't mind me. He keeps telling us to check you out. My husband does do that. Mike Hunt, hello. Does Damien walk around with his thumbs to his nipples like a T-Rex scaring the cat? No, he does not. I feel like it could just be wrist to nips. You wouldn't have to do thumb to nips, although it does give you that. There's no taping of the nips here. My head hurts, my hand hurts, my gut hurts. My sister's sugar is running to low. My games are going terrible. I called all the... Did you kill all the houseplants? And the neighbors, so I have no one to torture. They are both fuzzy, or is that your natural appearance? Are they fuzzy? So this is a test. This is the free version of the software. And if we like it, then I can upgrade and then get all of the video filters and the 1080p. I think this is just 640 or 720. Shouldn't be fuzzy. It's clear on my end. So if it's fuzzy for you, that makes me concerned. This looks pretty good. I mean, the colors are accurate apart from being a little too yellow. It seems to be doing well. Settings are good. I think we're okay. Umber Hulk, dude, I feel like I need to buy you a beer. Are you gonna make it? Oh, it's Edna. It is Edna mode. Edna mode. On the back, it says no capes. No capes. I adore this shirt. It's one of my favorite. Well, hi, Damien's. Mom crochets, does plastic canvas, knitting, ceramics, and a lot of stuff like that. You're more into 3D printing. Heck yeah. And resin art. Ooh. Sounds very fancy. Here we're mostly knitting, and then we spin wool like this fluff into your. I can't get over the zoom in, zoom out. So I will go ahead and I will, now that it's working, our test is accurate, I will go ahead and download the paid version of the software, and we'll play around with that and see if we can. It's like troll hair. Tank the Hammer, if you know Scott, oh, I can't remember. It's I think it's Scott 3609. He calls this troll hair, and he says it freaks him out. I mean, it does have a troll hair quality. I assure you, it is much softer than troll hair by a lot. Like so much softer. All right, so that will go to this end. This away. Roll this back up. Here we go. So we're gonna start. Here we go. Perfect. So we're gonna start at this end. So we're gonna have a little bit of green, and then it's gonna go through, and then we're gonna spin it like this. So for those of you who are just joining us, especially if you are from Damien's channel, what we're doing is we are taking this troll hair, this wool, sheepy hair, and we are spinning it into these single plies. So we're spinning it into little threads, and when we have 4 of them, we are going to ply it into yarn. So right now we have 3. Whoop. So we are working on our 4th ply. You move the mic so it's not in the corner, zoomed out. It seems to be, oh, focusing on that. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Melvin. And hello. Here, let's try that. Is that clearer for you guys now? Umber Hulk, the camera capturing me is 1080p. The phone is not. The phone is only like 640 or 720. I downloaded the free version of the software to make sure that it works. It also looks way more yellow than it actually is. Take the Hammer, thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here today. So the paid version goes up to 1080p, so it'll be much crisper, and I can color correct it because it does look very yellow because it's a cell phone and it looks like cell phone video. But I didn't want to commit until I knew that it worked. So if you guys have feedback, if you are having problems with it, please let me know. We're going to switch over to the other camera for spinning, which is 1080p, so it will not be fuzzy the entire stream. But I wanted to test it out, and so far the test is a success, so I'm very excited. And I will figure out something with the microphone when we're zoomed in. All right, so I'm going to put all this fun stuff away. We are going to get to spinning. It looks better. Okay, so then you're right. It was focusing on the microphone. So I'll figure something out. New camera, new setup. We'll work on it. There we go. That's nice. I sent a link to Mom. She would enjoy your channel. Tank, I'm a big hit with moms. It's true. So yeah, so we're hanging out. You'll see me often pulling the wool apart, and what I'm doing is I'm just stretching it out and fluffing it up so it makes it easier to spin. It's called pre-drafting. And if you guys have any questions, because I know not a lot of you are spinners, please, please, please feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to answer them. So let me take a quick second and show you exactly what we're doing. It does look cleaner now. Okay, good. Thanks, Umber Hulk. Everyone say hi to Pearl. 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 Oh, you get a new butt cam. New butt cam. Sniper, thank you for the host. How are you, my dude? What is going on? We're playing, we got not new toys necessarily, but we're playing with all the new things. So we have new emotes, we have new sub badges. We're taking the old cell phone and playing with a new 3D printed holder and new software. I have to put up my brown eye blocker. No, you can't get a brown eye from this angle, from the overhead view. I mean, she would have to do some very creative yoga for that. Heading to Epcot on Saturday. That sounds delightful. What day is Saturday? You're gonna miss fireworks by a week. Fireworks come back to Disney on July 1st. I know this because everyone and their mother is doing overnights for pyrotechnic testing right now. Everybody's sleepy. Pearl, don't eat my yarn. She's trying to steal it. She's trying to steal it. Half of this is your hair and half of this was wool at some point. All right, getting hair in my wool. We're gonna show these nice people what we're gonna do today, and then you're getting the boot, my darling. Because I'm gonna be spinning, and then I'm gonna come upon what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come upon a wet spot, and I'm like, oh yeah, why? Because it's always slimy. Let's see, projectives. Girl, get your tail out of the way of my mouse. It's rude.
Oh, here, let me just settle myself. Yes.
Oh, give me that Tom. Give me that Tom. Haven't been stopping by more. Sniper, no problem. I've been trying to lurk in your channel a bit. You're on while I'm at work. Or knee deep in trying to fix my stream a lot lately. But I hope you're doing well. You'll have to head back home to get the baby from the parents. How is the baby? How is mama? How are you? Now the cat's just watching my mouse on the other screen. All right, here we go. So this is so for those of you who are new here, hello, welcome. I'm Atomic Stacy. It's very nice to meet you, or nice to meet you in this place versus other places. Stuff Allison made. Hello, how are you doing? Melvin knits meow. Okay, cool. So for the uninitiated, this is what we're doing. We did the same thing last year. I'm calling it Floof to Foot. And it was such a big success. We're doing it again this summer. So I take same thing as last time. We spun up 4 plies, 4 separate singles, and then we plied them together, and hand spun yarn makes this magical barber pole effect. It's delicious. I love it. This whole effect and the cool things you can do with it is why I started knitting and why I started making hand spun yarn. So this one was all sorts of scraps and odds and ends, and they were all kind of jewel tone cool colors. So they had different sections of color to them. So they made this really cool effect for the yarn. And then when you knit it up, so then what we did, so we took the floof, made it into yarn, took the yarn, made it into socks, immediately put it on my feet. You're working. I hope work goes well for you. I'm glad to hear you're back at work. That makes me very happy. Doing well. We get her to sleep more in her crib. Oh, you hope to get her to sleep more in her crib, but it's a work in progress. I hear most of parenting is a work in progress. Holy moly, I love it so much. Yeah, me too. So what we did is we made a center pole ball. So there was an end on the inside of the yarn cake and an end on the outside. And essentially we started knitting from the two ends in towards the middle to use up as much of the yarn as possible to make our socks and to make sure that they were even. So we did the first sock, we knitted up, and that barber pole effect is what makes this a really cool marled coloring. And again, you can only get it from hand spun or wool that's specifically dyed to mimic hand spun, which is very hard to find and usually very expensive. You have a job interview on Monday. Umbra Hulk, break a leg, my dude. I'm excited. Would you actually get a real sleep schedule at this new job? Are you excited?
You all a quiver with anticipation.
I'm usually nerves. So we went ahead and we knitted up through the heel, and then we went back to the other end and we started knitting that one up. So they didn't match exactly, but they were pretty darn close. And then the toes and the heels were they were hand dyed, but mill spun yarn. And there's the final effect with my cat's feet, because I think this picture is adorable and she wouldn't move out of my way. Ginger Zone! People are frustrating, so trying not to let it bother me. Ginger Zone, come hang out. We're going to do some spinning. It's going to look real pretty here in a minute. We're testing out a new overhead camera, which is just my old iPhone. And we're going to get to spinning here in just a second. So there we go. That's my story. Let's see. Trying to make sure okay, captions are on. I didn't check to see if we had transcoding, which we do. Excellent. Okay, I think we're ready to get to rolling. Oop, now oh wait. Now I have to get the cat off of the wool that we're gonna spin. Oh, that we're gonna spin. Oh. What'd you think of that? She likes it. Don't let it fool you. Come here. Come here. Oh, I know. Want some mama time? You want to tell me about it? She says no. All right, hang on, guys. All right, there we go. Didn't want y'all to have to hear all the sounds. There we go. Okay. How do you maintain the weight of the yarn just all in your spinning technique? Yes. So it's a lot of practice. The first time I tried to make fingering, so the other thing is everyone's weight comes out differently. So I spin really fine. Like I could probably spin cobweb lace if I wanted to. It's just the way I prefer to spin. Usually people either tend to spin, they do better at spinning thicker yarns and they have to practice at spinning fine, or they do better at fine yarns, they have to practice at spinning thicker yarns. Pearl's playing with the box behind me. So I gravitate towards really fine yarns and then have to work up to spinning thicker yarns. So when I first was spinning, I was spinning like 2-ply lace weight. And then And then I tried to make like 3 and 4 ply fingering weight, and it still ended up being lace weight. And then I finally got it thicker, but then everything was turning out DK. So I have finally gotten fingering weight down pat for socks, which is the dream. I love fingering weight is my go-to knitting thickness. So that works out very well for me. But it's all about consistency. Consistency is in your spinning is the hardest thing to do. It's the thing you take the most practice at. And then when you are consistent, that's when you can control the gauge. But some people make like a 2-ply fingering weight, and some people make a 5-ply fingering weight, and some people make a 3-ply fingering weight. So it's all about kind of testing out what works and what feels good. Here's something I found. I think you guys will really like this. Not gonna switch cameras again. We're just gonna learn to deal. This was the first yarn I ever spun on my spinning wheel. And it is like real thin and extra twisty in some places and real thick and barely twisted in others. But there it is in all of its glory. The first thing I ever spun on the wheel. Thanks, Ginger Zone. Ginger Zone and I have the same shirt. We really like it. Our big Edna Mode fans. I have heavy hands, so it will be a 1 ton of fingering weight if I did it. For Hulk, you're adorable. Been trying for 1 month now since you've been out of work to change your sleep to no effect. Ugh. Oh no. Joking aside though, sorry I enjoy teasing and I take things too far. Tank, don't worry about it. My whole point is I don't necessarily mind that people take it too far. I mind when it's going too far and no one says anything. So sometimes things start getting out of hand and I'm like, Damien, you need to tone it down. Damien's stream gets real wild. We're extra chill over here. Also, Damien's stream is just a bunch of dude bros, so that's also to be expected. Gives it charm. Thanks, Melvin. Yeah, it's this little teeny tiny, it was like a tester Rolag. But I kept it and I found it the other day and I thought you guys would like to see it. It looks terrible, but then I look at it and I think about how far I've come and it makes me so happy. Your question was, once you have your strand spun, isn't it similar to making rope from twine to make yarn? Yes, Tank, exact same idea. Exact same idea. Let me show you guys, hang on half a second. Damien, you have to come see this. You have to come see this. I think it's worth it. The cat got herself into a bag on the floor, unzipped it, and put herself inside. She unzipped that. Nudged her way in. Made rope before in Boy Scouts. It is very similar. Tank is very similar. Sure. Good girl. She thinks she's in trouble. She's just extra cute. Yes. You didn't see? You're not watching my stream? Damien is not in the mood for my shenanigans, which is a darn shame because I'm very shenanigan-y today. This is our last, the last skein that we hand spun. And we plied it together on stream. And this is a 4-ply hand spun for fingering weight. So we're looking for a similar effect. So this is just really cool because there are shades where like all 4 of the plies are the same color, and then some where there are like 3 different colors kind of coming through. Very fun. D-Man's in the doghouse. I'm having a good time and being cute, and he's trying to he's doing stream homework right now. When I'm streaming is his time to prepare, and he's like, I'm busy, and I'm like, but the cat's being cute. He puts up with my nonsense is what happens. But there we go. We're looking for a similar effect. For those of you who don't know my husband, go check out my husband's butt. I mean, my husband. What? There we go. Damien's. Oh no! Whopper, my dude! Hang on, I didn't turn the bot on. You put up with the nonsense. I do. I think you put up with him. Tank, I think we take turns. I think it's just like any good relationship. I think a lot of the time I put up with his shenanigans, but I think a lot more than you guys realize he puts up with mine. Like, a lot more than you guys realize. Oh no! I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, I meant to deactivate the cell phone. Alright, here we go. Turning. Oh, too much. There we go. That's not so white. Titanium white. Xeon Russia, hello. How's the process going? We are on the last ply, 4 out of 4. I'm just showing off our last skein that we hand spun. So I spun it off stream, but we plied it together on stream for all 4 plies. So we're talking about hand spun, we're hanging out. So we are on the last ply of all of our unicorn floof. All the floofs. So we'll probably won't finish it up tonight. So we'll probably finish up spinning on Saturday. And then we'll see if Saturday there's enough time to ply it up into yarn. And if not, we will do a plying stream Tuesday night, most likely. So just getting it started. Getting it started on the wheel is the getting a new ply started in general is usually the fiddliest part. You must bring forth all the floofs, Whopper. We have been showing off all the floofs. Have been showing off all the troll hair, as Scott would say. All right, all my pieces and parts. So what I'm gonna do, so when we ply it, the singles go clockwise on my wheel, and then when we ply it together, at the end it goes counterclockwise. And changing the direction of the twist does 2 things. One, it balances it out so it's not all kinky. You don't want it to be too kinky in your crafting. And then 2, it just makes it much stronger. So I put extra twist into my little leader yarn, and now I am just making sure that it catches on the spindle and that I see the little bits of mint on the back, which I do. So now we can keep going. Floofball hangover? That might be too long for a name, but I am happy to just name it Floofball. Or I can refund it if you have a better name for it. My brother is torturing my pupper. No. He's got her on her back and she's just barking. Mom, come save me. She's also trying to bite him. Well, yeah, self-defense. Sergeant Pike! Didn't you just... oh, no, that was Esther. Sorry. Having a moment. Sergeant Pike! Hello, my dude. How is it going? Thank you for the sub. Spinning, spinning, spinning. It is. did you see that new fancy emote sub badge you got? And new fancy emotes? Doing a lot of digital work lately. I'm very proud. Having a moment. You both start with S. Professional streamer at work there. Umber Hulk. Honestly, it's been a day and y'all are lucky I still know how to words. I'm tired and I'm still sober. What emote? I switched out the rad emote. And then we had a new emote slot I hadn't used. So there should be two teacup emotes. I think one's the 3rd tier. Here, I'll just show them off. Damien Unicorns. We don't get animated emotes. We're not partners. Here we go. Here are all of our tier 1 emotes. And then our rad is the tier 2. And then we got a new teacup for tier 3. I still need to make a hype emote. But I redid my logo, so now we have a heart emote. Also, Sergeant Pike, how are you? How are you doing? With Shaken Bacon? Yeah, so that the Atom heart and the little smiley teacup are the new emotes. And then we unlocked 2 new bit badge emotes. So the more macaroons, so those got uploaded. I'm baking my shaken. Is it shaken bacon you helped? Yeah, the little purple smiley teacup emote. That one's new. And then and then I switched out the teacup with the atom on it for our new logo. You like the heart? That is actually the tattoo on my back. The one on I have an atom tattoo on my back. That is that. So I realized this is how nerdy I am. So I'm sitting there and I'm tweaking my logo because I'm like, oh, I need to clean it up a little bit and thicken the lines and stuff. Hey Dan. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, good old lithium, because it has 3 electrons and 3 protons, which is lithium. And then I was sitting there looking at my old emote or my old logo, and I went, hang on. This has 4. This is a different element. And then I realized that my logo was not the same, was not accurate to the tattoo on my back, which is the whole reason I am Atomic Stacy. So then I fixed it. But the one on my back is black with the red that makes the heart. So now we are official. And I feel like it's easier to see smaller. I feel like it reads better. Thanks, Sergeant Pike. I'm glad you like it. And then we colored in all of the sub badges. So they're all different colors for the different tiers. And if you're a 1-month sub, you don't have any electrons or neurons because you haven't earned your spots yet. So I thought that was hilarious. So I did it. So there we go. I feel very excited for how coordinated I am now. Which is new for me because usually I am not coordinated at all. I feel like a fancy pro streamer now. So all week has been little stream upgrades. So got all the new graphics, we got all the new emotes uploaded. I still need, on the About Me section, I still need to do the new headers for the graphics for that. But I have the graphics downloaded or started, but I need to finish animating. Well, not animating, but drawing / putting them together. So that's the last step. We got the new craft cam test up. and running, so I will be tweaking that. So we're in good shape. Dan, I'm doing just swell. How are you? How is it going in your neck of the woods? Caduceus, hello! I never asked before. The reason you picked Atomic is because you can be explosive. No, it's because I have a tattoo of an atom on my back. So now I'm atomic. Literally. Literally. And I'm real well, one, I love my tattoo. I drew it myself, and then they threw it on my back. Two, I once went to a wedding where I was wearing like a spaghetti strap dress. So my because it's right on my upper middle back. So my tattoo was on full display, and this old guy at the wedding goes up and he goes, "Excuse me, your tattoo." And I'm just like, "Ah, great. He's gonna tell me to put it away or something." And he goes, "I'm a submarine commander. I used to be on a nuclear submarine, and I never realized that the atom makes a heart in it, and that's the coolest thing I've ever seen." And then we proceeded to have a 20-minute conversation while I geeked out about the military and submarines and all the cool toys. So that was fun. Why did you choose the atom to begin with? Because you have an explosive temper? No, I only got an explosive temper after I started dating Damien. The tattoo was before BD, before Damien. I got it because I like that there's a heart in it, and if we can all just have a little bit of love, a little bit of compassion, the whole world would be a lot better place. Also, love is elementally fundamental. If you like a good pun. Oh, we understand that one. No, Damien came later. I just used to be a dumb blonde before I got the heart of a redhead. Love is overrated. It's funny because I get kind of strawberry blonde in the summer sometimes, or when my hair's starting to get darker, depending upon the sun. And but I had been wearing like a hat when I was outside, so my hair was getting really dark and funky because I had to wear a hat for work. So then when Damien and I started hanging out, and we spent more time outside because the weather was cooler. Spent more time outside in the sun, and my hair started turning a little bit more strawberry blonde. He's like, "I didn't know you were a redhead." And I was like, "Yeah, bring the temper out." My sister is a ginger. But I only got a tiny bit of the gingerness is... Damien is working from home in a sense. You guys getting more couple time at least? Yes, Caduceus, but only because I am also now working at home. Before, when Damien was working from home, because what happened was Damien started working from home in March, end of March, beginning of April-ish, and then I started working from home in May. So before, we were both driving to downtown, but to different areas of downtown, so we couldn't really carpool. And then sometimes Damien would have to run errands that brought him around, like, to the opposite side of the state kind of thing. So it wasn't really feasible for us to carpool. So we were both driving like an hour downtown and an hour home. So now that we're not doing that commute, that's an extra 2 hours we get with each other. Well, an extra 2 hours we get. In the morning, my extra hour is hanging out with the cats and having coffee and eating breakfast instead of slumped over my desk at work eating breakfast. Because Damien is definitely still asleep in the morning. But at night it's nice because at 5 o'clock, you know, so that's why when he's streaming on Mondays and Wednesdays and you guys give him a hard time that he's hopping off, because, you know, I clock out at 5 o'clock and then we go downstairs and have dinner. It's great. Oh, hi. You okay? Hey, are you sure? Got the grumps? Good. When I eventually go back, have to work back in the office, it's just a 20-minute commute, so it is significantly easier. And the other nice thing is at Disney, for the most part, I make up my own schedule. There are certain times I have to be in the office for certain meetings or events and things, but I get way more flexibility at my current job than I ever did at my temporary job downtown. Making me jelly talking about sleeping a lot. I don't sleep a lot. Damien sleeps constantly. I think, to me, we have always had, well, that's not true. So when we first started dating, let's go back. When we first started dating, we were on opposite schedules because we were at the same location. So we met at work. Let's go there. Let's start there. Damien and I met at work, and we had to report our relationship to the managers, who were very cool about it and fine with it. And we tried to be as professional as possible at work. And everyone around us made a big deal that we were dating, made it weird. So because it was weird, the managers put us on different opposite schedules because they just didn't want to have to deal with it. So like I was mornings and he was nights, or he was overnights and I was mornings. So we didn't get to spend a lot of time together because we were on opposite schedules. So then one of us transferred. We both ended up transferring, but one of us transferred so that we could try and at least align like our days off or something. So the whole time we were both in hospitality, it was a constant struggle to get time together. Usually it was like 1 day a week. All right, here we go. Let's do the thing. So once we got a place together and then we settled down, and we got engaged, it was really important that we both work like a Monday to Friday 9 to 5 job so that we could actually see each other. It was top priority. So it's kind of funny now because now I'm very, I work mornings 8 to 5 and Damien works like afternoon evenings, but because we're both working from home and we do have that flexibility to kind of move our schedules around, it makes it a lot easier. I sleep when I need to sleep. That's why Damien, his sleep schedule's all messed up, because he's like, I just sleep when I'm tired. And I'm like, I don't think that's what you're supposed to do. This mean I can get free tickets? Not right now, Caduceus. Not until I get some tickets. Well, it's not true. I have tickets, but you can't use them. Everything's blocked out for cast members still until they increase capacity here in Florida, because I think they're still at 30 or 35% park capacity. So they give priority to resort guests and then annual pass holders and then non-cast members and then cast members. Although they did just announce that they're opening it up for cast members to come in at like 3 p.m. and later. So we could like go there for dinner or hang out in the evening, but we streams in the evenings, so we will see. Also, it's hot as balls, or raining, or both. At least you get to sleep for more than 2 hours a time when you go to sleep. That is true, Umber Hulk. That is true. Although I did take the best part about working from home is I get to take a nap on my lunch break, and 45 minutes was not enough today. Damien literally had to kick me out of bed so I could walk back to the office and go back to work. But the kitchen in this new workplace is great. Nobody puts fish in the microwave here. In my house. I live too far anyways. I did enjoy your Florida trip a few years back. Heck yeah. Heck to the yeah. I would like to leave Florida. We haven't been able to leave the state in years. Right before COVID hit, we had planned a big trip to New Orleans, and then a hurricane came and sat off the coast, going 0 miles an hour for 2 days, canceling everything in its potential which way path. And so our vacation got canceled, and then we never got around to rebooking. And then we were talking about it, and then COVID hit. It's like the state of Florida doesn't want me to leave. Oh, and one time we were going to go somewhere, and then I got the flu, so we didn't. I used to get... Oh, that's true. When Damien was working full-time and streaming, he would get about three hours of sleep-ish a night. And then when we were hanging out, all he wanted to do was nap 95% of the time because he just couldn't keep his eyes open. So we'd like have dinner together, and then immediately he would nap and then go stream. So that was also the biggest reason we never saw each other, was because this kid like needed to sleep or whatever. Enough about Damien. Enough about the stink kid. How are you guys? Did you have a nice Father's Day / male role model figure in your life day? Did you have a nice weekend? We canceled the stream Tuesday because I had a lot of we had a lot of stuff going on. We had spent all weekend hanging out with family or friends, and Damien and I needed a night together. And then I streamed Singing in the Rain Tuesday night for our Discord movie night, which was delightful. Enough about me. That's what I just said. No more stink kid. As you get older, you need more sleep. I think everybody needs more than 3 hours of sleep a night, because he's like, why am I so tired? And I was like, oh gee, let me think. Because you stayed up until 4 a.m. streaming and then had to get up at 6 or 7 a.m. to go to work. We played Dungeons and Dragons. Let's see, what else did we do? Streamed. We played Dungeons and Dragons. We had craft night in the Discord, which was delightful. Went over to my folks' house. Did the Father's Day dinner thing. Damien and Burroughs Forge hung out last night, chatted, tried some garage brewed wine, which was actually pretty stinking good. Damien, if you're still here, can you give Burroughs Forge a shout out? He's currently streaming now. If he is still live later, we will go raid him. But he started early, so I don't know how late he's streaming tonight. But do make sure you give the bearded one a follow. Thank you. Don't give me that thumbs up. I asked you to do that, and then I heard the biggest sigh. And then typing. Supporting my wife is such an inconvenience. Also, he's probably getting set up for his stream. We're not going to let him off with an excuse. I think think it was Melvin Knits earlier. If you're still here, the person who asked about how I keep consistency, I forgot to add that when we first took this braid of fiber and we split it up into 4 parts, we weighed it, which is a very important step. We weighed it and made sure that it was 4 equal parts, because the theory is if it's 4 equal weights and I'm spinning consistently, they all should be within a couple feet lengthwise of each other. They should all be about the same length when we go to ply it. It never works out that way. I've yet to be that consistent, but it is a dream. So someday. Notch, hello, my dude. You playing with our new emote? Heck yeah. Back to the yeah. That was something else I did. If you go back to our video, if you go to my homepage here on Twitch, or click my name and go to content or videos, I forget which one it is. There is a collection of highlights for our floof to foot spin. So all of our, I clipped and highlighted all of our previous spins for this project. And set up a little collection. So if you missed it and you want to go back and see some of the process, it's all documented together. Someone had suggested on Saturday, and this was a great idea, that I think it was Bash, that I make a YouTube video out of the whole process. But it all takes so long, I didn't know how to do a YouTube video. So I thought, we'll start with highlighting it, and then if people really like it, we can always go back and make more fancy things. But also when I highlight something, then it doesn't, because I think right now our video collection stays up for, I think you have either 30 or 60 days to watch one of my VODs before it disappears. I set it up to be the maximum amount allowable for affiliates. So it's either 30 or 60 days, but if you highlight it, it stays forever. So it's a dual purpose. So carefully put that down. Do a bit of pre-drafting to fluff it up, fluff it up, fluff it up. Make it easier to spin. Because now it's lighter and it has more air in it, so it's not as compact. Which also helps your consistency when you're spinning. The bobbin is a little heavier. I'm going to up the tension as well. So one of the hardest parts on switching from a drop spindle and hand spinning to switching to a wheel is the tension. Because you want it so that it's a little tight, so it's pulling the yarn in onto the bobbin, but not that it's like yanking it out of your hands, because you don't want to fight with it, especially when you're spinning really fine yarn with a lot of twist. When you're spinning fine and tight, as they say. You don't want it, you want plenty of give where I can pull it back if I need to. But yeah, but you definitely want to make sure it is going onto the bobbin correct. Bash, you did not miss much. We did start an hour ago. But we didn't do too terribly much. I promise. And hello. So we just started the fourth ply, our fourth and final ply for our sock spin. And then before we were showing off, there's new emotes, there's new sub badges. We got a new logo. Did a whole bunch of digital fancy things. Level 52 Hunter. Not just all excited for some wow. And we finally got out our the phone holder for our camera arm that Lutarski 3D printed us, and we tested out a new craft cam. So I look forward to since our test was successful, with the free software, I'll go ahead and I'll download the pay for and download the fancy software, and work around with some settings and some filters and see if we can get it an extra fancy. I have a feeling Saturday that we will not ply the yarn. I don't think we're going to be able to spin enough between. So I think spinning wise, we will finish it on Saturday. We will spin half of this last ply tonight and half on Saturday, because it's been taking about 2 streams to spin a ply. So about, what's that, 6 to 8 hours then. Ish. But I don't think that on Saturday I'll have enough time to finish spinning it and ply the yarn, because you also have to remember this is a full 100 grams of yarn fingering, so to ply it, it's 400 yards. And to go through 400 yards takes a while, as it turns out. So we will probably finish spinning on Saturday, and if the new crafty cam is set up, do a little bit of knitting or some yarn fun show and tell. I always have to ask you how Sock Madness is going. Bash Sock Madness is finished. They did the last and final round. They announced the winners. Madness has concluded, which is just in time for Tour de Fleece, which is the other big event that I usually participate in, although this year I am not. Just because I don't need even more. Working late, see you later, Notch. Take care. I'm glad that you're enjoying WoW. Thank you for stopping by. I always appreciate it. Now we're just hanging out, we're spinning. All the winners Scandinavian. You know, I didn't look. Let's see if I can pull it up. Let's find out. Let's see. So the pattern was released Saturday, June 19th at 9 a.m. And the 3 winners were announced Sunday, June 20th at 7:30 a.m. Let's see. Because they only go until the first, second, and third place. Oh, that's right. So second place is from Sweden. Third place is from New Zealand. So not Scandinavian. And first place doesn't say. She does not have a location upon her profile. Because I remember stalking her and then I gave up. And then never went back to look at the others. So one is Scandinavian, one is from New Zealand, and one is undisclosed. Looking at her Instagram page, she knits constantly so much. Oh, I think she's German. Well, maybe. She posted a bunch of German chocolate. Maybe she's not German. Maybe she just has very nice friends. We may never know. Yeah, I don't know. But good for her. They were all three women, I can't say that. And one of the winners from a previous round was one of them was from the US and one was from Britain. Or was currently living in the US and Britain. So that was cool. To see. I feel like there was a better international mix this year. Because before, like, half the people on my team were American and the other half were international. And this year I felt like it was a much better mix. I had a couple Canadian folks on my team for the first time, which I hadn't had. I mean, not like Canadians don't knit, but I hadn't had one on my team last year or chatted with any for Sock Madness directly. So it was fun to see more people in more places. One of the people on my team this year is an American, but she's currently living in China. So that was super cool because we asked her a billion questions about what the yarn stores in China are like. Because they knit, but they do more weaving than they do knitting. Because like loom silk is, I mean, you still have to spin the silk for weaving, but they don't spin like on a wheel as traditionally. It was very interesting. How much time did that last sock? It was 24 hours or less. I can assure you. As the pattern dropped at 9 a.m. and they announced the winners the next day at 7 a.m. So I would venture to say probably about 19 hours. 18 or 19 hours seems to be the record. And of course, it was a super crazy looking sock that I couldn't have knit in a week if you had given me time off of work. Let alone sit down and do it in 18 hours straight. But it is nice because for the final round, they tell you. So normally, like, you never know when the pattern will drop. So you're just kind of like, they release the specifications and you know it'll be anywhere from 2 to 48 hours later when the pattern will come out. And this time, and for the final round, they always announce the pattern will drop on this day at this time in this time zone. So that everyone can prepare accordingly because every minute counts in the last round with all the fastest knitters. But like they'll take like the day off of work and they'll clear their schedule, and like, you know, they'll have people come, like their significant others or their family, you know, feed them and bring them all the stuff, and they'll only have like food they don't have to use their hands to eat. Like they'll just, it's crazy. And they time their sleep pattern around it, and they'll stay up for 20 hours straight and knit a dang pair of socks for the final round, and it just boggles my mind. I could have maybe done one sock in 19 hours if I could sit down interrupted and someone took away my internet. I saw a post online today that made me feel very, very targeted. It said that being a great knitter, or being a brilliant knitter, is 5% talent and 95% not getting distracted by the internet. Because so much of it is sitting butt in chair time and practice. And lately, every time I've sat down to knit, and then I have immediately zoned out and done about 2 rows and nothing else. Oh no! Oh jeez. Tried to tilt it forward to take a look at the bobbin. The whole thing comes apart. It's all magnetic. Easy to fix. Spin it till you hear that click. Fixed. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing. Gosh. Somebody yell at me. I just knocked the whole thing off. I just pulled this whole thing off and you guys didn't even see it. Which is nice for me. But y'all should yell at me. I'm just sitting here blabbing. You shouldn't bring it up, but Florida was in every news because of that condo collapse. Pretty terrible. I heard about it, but I didn't see the details. I just saw that it was down by Miami. But it sounds terrifying. Don't yell at Stacy. Thank you, Sergeant Pike. Damien, you can't make that. You can't yell at me after the fact. You can. If I catch it first, no one can yell at me. If I'm not doing the thing, you should yell at me. But it's already fixed. Y'all are too slow. Keep your yelling to yourself. No one was paying attention. None of y'all get a say. None of y'all get a say. Showing his penis face. They have a picture. I just keep seeing close-ups of rubble, and I was really hoping to see a further, more comprehensive view of the scale. There we go. There we go. Can you believe this? There we are. Just got here when you told us to yell at you, so I did. I was on my face view and I had been sitting here spinning for like 10 minutes and no one said anything. And I said, next time you guys can't see what I'm doing, you should yell at me. And then everyone just started yelling. And I'm like, but it's too late now. I already fixed it. Hey, KB, how's it going? This is what we're talking about. There's this condo building partially collapsed, which is terrifying when you think about it. It's terrifying. All they're talking about is, you know, what do you think caused it and how many people are missing? And I'm just like, I cannot deal with this right now. I'm a stream. Like, I'm actually paying attention to what you were doing. I would have thought someone would have been upset that the foot cam was gone, but maybe it's because I'm wearing socks. Heard about the building but don't know anything about it. Yeah. So it was a condo building in Miami or near Miami, partially collapsed. It's a terrifying thought. And is really sad. And no one knows anything, but no one can look away. And right now it's just people searching through, what, 18 floors of rubble? However many floors that was. And all I can think about is the last major hurricane that Florida had was that one that hit Miami super hard. And I'm just wondering how much of it is water damage. Because the ground here is so soft and is so susceptible. Not shifting, not like earthquake shifting, but like sinkholes and cracking the foundation. Lucy Lou, hello. Thank you for the follow. Tropical Bliss, hello. Thank you for the raid. Oh, sorry. Typical Bliss. I can't read. Hello. I'm so excited. I can't tell letters anymore. Typical Bliss. How are you doing? Come on in. 31 folks. My goodness. Damien, thank you for that shout out. Typical Bliss. What were you working on today? An amazing crafter. If you guys are not following them, you absolutely should. So much fun. I didn't know you were. I didn't even know you were streaming today. I normally have to give everyone a looky loo. Sunny Leaves and Chiosmen and Motherboard. Hello, thank you for being here today. The Cumulus Blouse. Ah, yes. Tropical Bliss sounds good too. Well, we're talking about Miami, so I'm thinking Tropical Bliss and Tropical Storms. Typical Bliss. Thank you for bringing your folks over. Guys, if you don't know who I am, hello, my name is Atomic Stacy. I do knitting. We are currently spinning all of this gorgeous unicorn mane fluff into yarn. It's delightful. Let me get you a better picture. So we are spinning it into sock yarn. So here we go. This is a ply we have already done. It's a little blue. We're gonna adjust the light here. Now that the sun has gone down, all the lights have changed. Get that camera fixed for you guys. Julia Sartori, hello, thank you for being here today. Where's kitties? We usually have kitties. Kitties are not here right now, which is probably for the best. Dodo Dar, hello, thank you for being here today. It looks so pretty. Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate it. Let me just adjust my lighting. We can bring it down a smidge now that the sun is down. Here we go. That's a little better. Now you can see a little bit more of the pinks and the purples. Here we go. That's nice. so we have spun 3 of our plies. So we are doing a traditional 4-ply sock yarn. So we are on ply number 4, and we are just hanging out and spinning. That fiber looks like cotton candy. Yes, it's gorgeous. It is every cotton candy unicorn cloud fluff color, and I love it. I'm very excited to see how this is going to turn out. So we primarily do knitting and spinning here, but we also do gaming and hanging out and chatting. So thanks for coming on by. Spinning is witchcraft to me. Hello, Tawny140. I thought spinning was witchcraft when I saw it on Twitch. Back in, oh goodness, when was that? So I have been spinning since 2016 on like a drop spindle, but I've been spinning on my wheel since January of 2018. But I first heard about spinning and hand spun being a thing on Twitch, and I was instantly like, I want it, and then I never looked back. Typical Bliss, you should learn how to spin. You should do it. You should get a drop spindle. They're like 10 or 15 bucks for like nice ones. You probably get some for 5 or 6 bucks. You can also make one out of like a dowel and a hook and a CD if you really feel so inclined. And then buy yourself a hank of really pretty soft fluff and try it out. And if you like it, start upgrading. Glitter and sweatpants. Hello, thank you for those 500 biddies. Greatly appreciate that. That's going to the fluff fund. Where do you source the fluffy wool before it's spun? A lot of indie dyers also dye fiber as well as yarn. So those are always fun to find. Knit Picks actually has a roving. It is the Wool of the Andes roving, and that we are going to be spinning some of that up on stream to test it. Here eventually. Actually, I'll show ya. Can I reach it? Hang on. Hold, please. Hold, please. I will grab it. Y'all don't have to look at my lap. Oh no. It is pajama day here. Spoiler alert, it is pajama day most days here. My girlfriend wants to start crocheting and spinning, and I found a starter pack on Etsy that looks nice. Would that be a good gift? Absolutely. I would say make sure that it has instructions, or that you also buy like a how to crochet book or a how to spin book. Spinning is really easy to find how-tos on the internet. But crocheting it's nice to have the instructions that go with it. Especially if it's like it includes a fun pattern, like I bought you all the things to make this. Those are always fun, because then everything's included. And then you don't have to think about it. And then you don't have to worry. So here we go. We're going to test out our new craft cam again. We just hooked up my old iPhone, and it is a little yellow. We're going to try it out. Oh, it's doing that thing again. All right, there we go. Hopefully. Okay. So we have some Wool of the Andes from Knit Picks. We're going to try. And this is just, it's roving. It's just Loops O Fluff. I know it looks very yellow on this camera. So normally you get it in a braid or don't know what you call a hank, a hank of roving. Ours came in something like this. So it literally looks like a braid. And they're often prepared. This is from the Little Lambs Fiber Company, who I love. They're on Etsy. They make the most gorgeous gradients. Let me switch back over to the spinning cam so you can see what these actually look like. There we go. Now you can actually see the colors properly. If I can focus it. There we go. So it goes from this super deep chocolatey brown almost out to this white, and it will be delightful. That's what Ginger Zone's getting for Christmas. She picked out, we did it last year and it worked really well, so I'm doing it again for this year. She picked out some roving, and I'm gonna spin it up for her as her Christmas present. What are the advantages to spinning rather than knitting with pre-spun yarn? Mill spun, I think, is the term you're trying to find. And hello, Sarah M. Oh, here. This is the wool of the Andes that we were talking about. And it is this delightfully gingery orange fall-looking color. So we're going to try it out. Sergeant Pike, thank you for all the biddies.
All the bitties from my teacup.
Can we say yellow? It is very yellow, Umber Hulk. That's why we were testing it. I wanted to make sure that for the overhead cam that looks very yellow, we downloaded the free version of the software that does not have color correction to make sure it worked. And we will go back and purchase the regular software that will be high def and have the color correction to it. We hadn't gotten that far yet. Gosh, Umber Hulk. Let me catch up in chat. Why are the biddies in the cup black gone stale? Bash, the black biddies are the follows, and I need to change them. It's just a black square with my logo on it because my logo doesn't have a background color. So it's just this weird little black square, but it didn't upload my new logo yet. Twitch hasn't gotten everything going yet. So instead of having my old logo, it's just a black square. We'll call it licorice. Catching up on chat. What will you make with this yarn? Raspberry Pearl. This is going to be sock yarn. So it's going to be 4-ply sock yarn. So I'm doing a thing, and I'll show it off again to those new folks. We showed it off earlier, but I'm happy to pull it back up. So give me just a hot second. I call it my floof to foot. So we are taking floof, we are spinning it, and we are knitting it into hand spun socks, so that you guys can see the process start to finish of what it looks like. So we did it last summer and it was a huge hit. So we're doing it again this summer. More beauties. Thank you, Sergeant Pike. Are you just piling it on? Or are you taking Weevy's place today? So I'm pulling up the pictures for that. Where do I source the wool? All sorts of places. You can get wool that is undyed and uncombed, and you can process it and wash it and comb it yourself. Everything that I get has already been cleaned and combed, and most of it has already been dyed, or I keep it a natural color. I don't generally dye my own things yet. I don't need another hobby, but I really want to dye things. Night Stitch 96, hello, thank you for being here today. Sergeant Pike, thank you for the extra bitties.
Even more bitters.
But to go back, Chiozmian? Chiomisen. Please tell me how to pronounce your name. Kits are great. Make sure it has all the parts that they need, because nothing's worse than getting a kit and then finding out like, oh, but I have to go buy this one thing that I don't have. So kits are a great idea to start crafting. Make sure it has the instructions. Make sure it has all the pieces and parts. Is there a dummies guide for knitting and spinning? I'm sure that there is, but you would do better off just finding like a beginner's guide, because the people who write the dummies guide are not usually experts in their field. They're experts who then, it's funny. There's a ton of beginning knitting and spinning books. There's a ton of YouTube videos. If you don't know where to start, I highly recommend Very Pink Knits. Her name is also Stacy, so I'm slightly biased. But she does amazing videos, and even her old stuff is such good video quality that it still holds up. For knitting. For spinning, we'll stumble through it together. If you have a question, we will find you the thing that you need. All right, Sarah, going back to your question. The advantages of hand spun yarn are twofold. One, I can make exactly the kind of yarn that I want turn out the exact way that I want it to. I have much more control. When I get like a braid of this wool, for example, with the different colors, there are multiple ways I could spin this to get different effects. So it's really nice when I am spinning it and I get to control exactly how it's going to turn out. Excuse me, especially for this where it's multicolored, I could have pulled it apart and made it a true gradient that went from mint to pink to purple. I could have micro spun it to where it looks like a rainbow every 10 inches. I could have done all sorts of things. So it's really nice because you have control. It's nice when you get a braid because I can spin it to be the exact weight that I want. So it could be DK, it could be worsted, it could be fingering. So I get to spin it how I want. Also, knitting with hand spun is just really, really luxurious feeling. All right, here we go. Here are pictures. Let me get these so they are Ravelry friendly. All right, these are pictures from Ravelry in full screen. So if you have a problem with Ravelry, this should not affect you. If you have a problem with Ravelry, regardless, please look away. All right, here we go. So this is our floof to foot from last year, from last summer. So we took 4 plies of yarn. So these were all sorts of scrappy bits. So they were way more colors than just the 3 colors I'm spinning. But we spun our 4 individual plies and then we plied it together. And the biggest advantage in hand spun yarn is it makes this barber pole, which is gorgeous. Chef's kiss. Just you wait. So here we go. As we plied it, it had different colors for different layers. And then this is what the yarn turned out to look like. Magic. I loved it so much. So then we knit it together on stream. And what I did is I made a center pole ball. So essentially I started one sock at one end and one sock at the other end. And I knit until I met in the middle and I ran out of yarn to use every single inch of it. Because this was about 75 grams. It wasn't a full skein because it was leftover. So what we're currently spinning now is not leftovers. Sorry, let me adjust the microphone back to where it was so I'm not shouting. So we started knitting it up. So I used the toes and the heels were contrasting hand mill spun but hand dyed because I didn't have any hand spun that the color coordinated too good. But this really cool marled effect you can only get from hand spun. It's very hard to find mill spun yarn that has the same barber pole color. I mean, it does. Spin Cycle makes some, but they're usually really expensive and they're really hard to find. Kiyomizian. 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 Please tell me if that's not correct. I'm trying really hard here. And it's also one of those things where like spinning is just really fun and it's really relaxing and it's kind of that when you chop your own wood, it warms you twice kind of thing. Roving is less expensive than roving is usually indie dyed roving is usually slightly less expensive than hand dyed yarn. So it saves you a little bit of money, but it takes way more time. So it's not really cost effective, but it helps. But again, it's one of those things to where when I buy roving, I get to enjoy spinning it and I get to enjoy knitting it. So when you chop your own wood, it warms you twice. Bearded Otter Gaming, hello. Kiyomi-san. Kiyomi-san. I think I got it. Okay. Kiyomi-san. That's delightful. I love your name. That's delightful. Now that I know how to pronounce it, it rolls off the tongue nicely. I'm not butchering it. When I spin, do I have the final garment in mind? Bash, yes and no. Let me show off these socks real quick. So you can see they didn't turn out exactly the same because these were odds and ends, but they look so good. I love them, so nice. And here's my final product with my cat's feet because the cat wouldn't get out of the way and we were both showing off our toe beans. So we're doing the same thing this year. So we're in the process now of spinning everything up. So we started the fourth ply, the fourth and final ply, single, I should say. We will finish spinning it on Saturday for our next stream because it usually takes me about 2 streams to do a single ply. And then next Tuesday night or Thursday, our next crafting stream after that, we will ply it up. So it will go from the 4 individual plies into the big ol' hank. And this is the last skein that we had plied together on stream with that fun barber pole effect. These will be socks for my husband. He is the lucky recipient of my good graces. Good graces. So there we go. If you guys have questions, keep on asking. I am going to get back to spinning while we're chatting. So let's switch back over. Boop. Oh, Bash, going back to your question. So when I first started spinning, I had a project in mind for everything. But then the yarn never turned out the way I wanted it to. So I quickly broke that habit and I was like, well, we'll just see what it turns out to be. Because I couldn't get the thickness, the weight that I wanted. Trying to make fingering yarn. All of my yarn it was either lace weight or it was DK. I couldn't get it the weight that I wanted for the longest time. But now that I have practiced like crazy, now I am beginning to purchase with a project in mind. Although there are a couple times where I'm like, this is just too pretty not to have, because I'm like, worst comes to worst, I'll just make it into socks because I only wear hand spun socks now. Apart from in sneakers walking around all day, just wearing socks, I only wear hand knit socks now. I want to learn to spin now. Lucy Lou, watch out. That's how I started. I stumbled upon other spinners on Twitch, and then I fell in the rabbit hole. Oh, hi. Okay. Yeah. It's extremely yellow. I know. You'll have to help me with it again. Good. Yeah. Sorry, my husband's asking me questions and I'm giving him a hard time. I love you. You want to grab me a summer shandy? Would you do it anyway? Thank you. Well, I love you. Damien's gonna bring me a beer. No, Raspberry Pearl, you didn't, well, I didn't say it directly. So, the pictures that I just showed that showed me spinning the yarn and then knitting it up, we're doing that same thing. So I'm doing hand spun, hand knit socks from start to finish on stream so you guys can see exactly what goes into making a pair of hand knit, hand spun socks. So we're doing all of the spinning, all of the plying, and then all the knitting for these socks together on stream. We did it last summer and it was really fun. So I'm bringing it back this year, and now it will just be an annual floof to foot event. Because it's just the most fun when you get to watch what it grows up to be. Did I just join the ultra wholesome side of Twitch? Yes, you did. Welcome to Makers and Crafting. I won't say I don't tell a dirty joke from time to time, but otherwise, yes. This is where we all come to hang out and get away from the weirdos. Or to be our own weirdos? Possibly both. Umber Hulk, I made him throw out that lollipop. It's gone forever. Tonight is trash night. You are too late. Sounds like it's pouring outside. Stacy's the wholesome side, Damien is the dark side. For those of you who are trying to figure out who the heck we're talking about, Damien's Gaming is my husband, also my bartender. And he is also a streamer on Twitch. He streams World of Tanks. And recently ate the world's hottest lollipop live on stream. And I had zero pity for him because he done did it to himself. But if you want to check out his shenanigans or his VODs or go back and watch him suffer, go check out my husband. If you know what I mean. I don't know what this song is, but it doesn't... I feel like we're not on the lo-fi playlist anymore. No, just that song. Okay. Maybe we could send him a new one then. Umber Hulk, y'all do whatever you want. I have nothing to do with my husband. I'm just spinning and hanging out and using this pillowcase so y'all can see what I'm doing against my gray pants. Just hanging out on a stormy night, about to have a beer. My husband loves me. Is Damien the only bartender you say I love you to? It depends upon how many drinks I've had, Bash. How about Damien's the only bartender I've said I love you to so far? That might be a safer thing to say. When do I stream? Lucy, I stream Tuesdays and Thursday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern time, usually about 6 to 9 p.m.-ish. And then Saturday mornings at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And then I go until about 1 or 2 p.m. or I get too hungry to stream anymore and I have to go fix lunch. That's usually how that works. We hang out. Occasionally we'll do movie nights in the Discord. We have a movie afternoon coming out Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to hop in and join us for that, I stream it through the Discord. And we're going to watch The Princess Bride on Saturday. Well, thank you. I get it in camera. Yeah. Cheers, everyone. I love you too. Good luck. And then on the, oh my gosh, what was I gonna say? When the alcohol hits. The first and third Saturday of every month at 7 p.m. Eastern time, we also do a craft night. The first Saturday of the month is in Hinka Knits Discord, who is also she doesn't spin, but she's an adorable crafter who is learning crochet. Super cool dude. And let me see, her Discord is here if you also want to join it. So we're doing it a co-craft night. So the first Saturday of every month is in her Discord, and then the third Saturday of every month is in my Discord. She streams and makes cool stuff. Yes, she does. She was doing She did this really fun thing for Valentine's Day this year where she played a different dating simulator every Saturday. And was talking about how she wanted to get into gaming. And I was like, girl, you need to get back into it. A shanty is beer and ginger ale. It's beer and lemonade. A shandy, SHANDY. Summer shandy. It's just a very citrusy ale. It's like the first taste of summer to me. Fall is when you have the first pumpkin ale, and summer is when you have the first shandy. But yeah, Hinka is super cool. Highly recommend you go check her out. And then we love being able to bring our communities together and do the craft nights. Because we both wanted to do a craft night, but we were so worried about stepping on each other's toes. So finally Hinka's like, let's just do it. Do I make it myself? No. This is, I believe it's Linnenkugel. Usually has very fruity beers, but in the summer they do a shandy. So I don't always go for the fruit beers, but I do like the lemonade. A lot of local, like if you go to a bar or brewery and you ask, they will mix a shandy for you on the spot. But this one is pre-brewed. Because not all beers go well with lemonade, but when they do, they're darn delicious. Trying to think about what else. There's not a lot else going on for me personally. You guys the updates. I hope everybody had a happy Father's Day / male role model figure in your life if you're in the US. We tested out our new crafting cam earlier. That was the super yellow camera. So we'll be adjusting that and fine-tuning it and buying the HD software since our free test went so well. So that'll be homework off stream for me again. And I'm super looking forward to this weekend because the only thing I have going on is the movie afternoon on Saturday. And it's the first weekend we don't have like any plans in a very long time. Because usually we're either playing Dungeons and Dragons or we have craft night, or like this weekend we had Dungeons and Dragons and craft night and saw my family, which was a lot. So I'm very much looking forward to no plans are the best plans this weekend. For folks out there hanging out, if you're lurking, please feel free to lurk. I assume most folks are crafters, and if you guys aren't chatting, your hands are busy or you're just chilling, and I'm keeping you company, which is absolutely lovely. If you feel so inclined, if you want to let me know if there's a craft that you do or what you're working on, I love hearing what you guys are working on, how it's going. Otherwise, we're just hanging out. Curious to see if you guys can hear the rain. I don't think you guys can hear the rain. I think we fixed the microphone settings, but it is pouring outside here and it is delightful in my ears. You just finished a crocheted beanie. Heck yeah, congratulations. Is it for you? Did you immediately put it on? Every time I finish an article of something, I immediately, like socks, I immediately put them on. There was a pair of socks. I didn't realize this. Oh, they're on the Discord. I will pull that up in just a hot second. That's exciting. There is a pair of socks that I knit right before Sock Madness hit this summer that I finished and immediately put on, and I didn't realize that I never went back and wove in the ends in the toes until a month later when I was washing them, and I was like, what is this thread? I finished it and went to the mirror. Heck yeah. Finished knitting a scarf yesterday. Congrats as well to you, Julia. I have not finished much of anything, but I am trying real hard to go back and finish all the projects I started at the beginning of the year. You're knitting a cardigan for your sister's birthday, Lucy Lou. That's very generous of you. You must like this, sister. I only have the one. Sometimes she gets nothing. That's not true. My sister knits as well. So the brown gradient yarn that I held up, she knits, but she doesn't spin. So last year for Christmas, I told her to pick out some roving and I would make it into hand spun for her. So she liked it so much that I'm doing the same for her this year. So she'll pick out the roving, and I'll spin it up. So she'll get hand spun for Christmas. I'm working on making a new disguise from the skin I have removed. Oh, your skin suit's coming along well, Umber Hulk. That's delightful to hear. That's nice. That's nice, dear. For those of you wondering what I'm doing, so every once in a while I'm moving it up the hooks here, and the hooks are staggered as they go up, and that's so I'm filling the bobbin evenly as I'm spinning. Was Florida in a drought? Yes, Bash. Florida was in a huge drought. We have a retention pond-ish. It's too big to be a pond, but it's too small to be a lake. So I'll just say it's a retention pond. Out in front of our house, and it was down, the water line was down like a foot. So we had a huge drought, and then that tropical storm was in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's just been hurling water at us. So it has been cloudy and has rained every day for a week, and I have not a single complaint, because before that it had not rained since like January. So I will take it. Another raid. Let's see. Lemimi? Lemmi. Oh goodness, I'm butchering this. Hello, welcome. It is lovely to Hookem and Woolum. Hello, it is delightful to meet you. Thank you for bringing your folks here. I'm Atomic Stacy. We're hanging out and we're spinning wool into yarn. Let me turn the brightness down. It is a little bit blown out color-wise. Oh, too much. Let's bring that gain down. Beat. That's a little better. That's a little better. We're spinning up this gorgeous unicorn fluff. We're hanging out. It's all good. I appreciate it. I'm going to call you Lemmy, if that's all right. And hello, welcome. What were you streaming? How are you? Thank you for bringing your folks over. It's delightful to meet you. Get you a shout out, mostly so I can stalk you later. Makers and crafting, what were you making on stream? Let us know all the things. Crocheting random stuff. Yeah. And cheers, everyone. We have a summer shandy I'm sipping on. Don't want to wash and dash, but going for a walk, no problem. Enjoy. Goodness knows, after streaming, you've earned a rest from a monitor. Go enjoy some time away from a screen. Me will be hanging out and spinning for a little while. It's kind of short for my long head. Kyomian, how you could always go back and add a brim to it, like in a different color to lengthen it if you want. Especially when you're crocheting, it's super easy to go back. I mean, knitting is reversible, but crochet is extra easy to go back and add some more. Can't hear the rain. I'm knitting a sage green t-shirt. I love sage green. I'm trying to convince my husband to redo our bathroom in sage green and brown. Because right now every room in my house is tan because it's a brand new house. It's going to be death by, I'm going to be beiged to death. Love the colors. Thank you. Yes, it is unicorn fluff. Let me show you. Here is one of the plies we did previously. Camera's still a little blue. I'm gonna see if I can adjust it. Hang on, guys. It's doing weird things, and I don't know why. So we are going to try and fix it. Let's turn the lights a little warmer. Turn this one down a bit. There we go, because that's getting a bunch of glare. Turn this one up. And put our brightness back up a smidge. That's a little nicer. It is little better. Y'all can probably tell me that it looks exactly the same way it did before I started messing with it, and you'd probably be correct. Haha! But the colors do show up more correct. So it is all sorts of delicious mint and purple and pink. And I can't wait to see how it turns out. I kind of like it short, but it just feels funny. I'm sure you'll get used to it. I love wearing hats. Can't really do it on stream though, but every time we go out, I have a sun hat. Getting quite the collection. I rock a good cloche like no one's business. It's a shame I wasn't in the 1910s and 1920s. I would have had an absolutely stunning wardrobe. Tried crocheting. I have crocheted in the past, and I can crochet like a crocheted edging fairly easily, but my wrists do not like crochet. My tiny wrists don't like all the turning. And I'm sure if I learned to hold the hook differently, it would probably be better. But I'll just stick to knitting. My sister is delightful. So I spin, but she doesn't. So for Christmas, I've been giving her hand spun yarn. Because then she still gets to knit with it, but she doesn't spin it. So for Christmas this year, she told me if there was anything I wanted crocheted, like an amigurumi, or if there was a pattern that I really liked that was crocheted, that if I just let her know, and depending upon what it was, possibly help pitch in with the yarn, that she would crochet it for me, which is delightful. Because there are like 2 crocheted hats that I've had my eye on that I'm just like, I'm gonna have to buckle down and just crochet them. My previous crochet was simple at best, beginner level. It is actually a shame you guys can't hear the rain. It's delightful. Does crochet involve some weird wrist action that causes strain? Bash, knitting and crochet and even spinning when you get right down to it. It's all repetitive motion injuries. So you're doing the same motion over and over and over again, and that's what puts strain on it. So no matter what craft you do, you need to stop and take stretch breaks and be really careful with it. Crochet specifically involves more wrist action in general than knitting, and my wrists do not like it. But I also learned how to knit first before I learned how to crochet, so I feel more comfortable knitting regardless. But after trying them both, I'm just going to stick to knitting because my wrists don't mind it nearly as much. But people who have like arthritis and finger soreness or joints problems in their fingers often find crochet easier than knitting. So they just use different things. We have a mom in chat. Hello. Leaf Flemix or Leah Flemix. Hello. Welcome. Come on in. We're hanging out. We're spinning wool into yarn. Thanks for coming in on the raid. Gonna crochet the exact same hat, but on other yarn just to give it to a friend that liked it. Yes. Yes. I have knit a couple of socks for me that my husband went, "Are those mine?" And I'm like, "These are a little small for you, but now I know what I'm getting you for Christmas." That is also like the ultimate compliment. That's adorable. I want one. Knitting is more finger action and crocheting is more wrist action. Yes, absolutely. And then of course it also depends upon like the way you hold your knitting or your crochet also affects it. So I'm sure I could learn a new way to hold the crochet hook that would be put less stress on my wrists, but I don't wanna. I like knitting, so I'm just gonna stick to knitting and spinning, and that's gonna suit me just fine. I will be okay. Oh my goodness, I just figured out it's Lemmy Emmy. Oh. Lemmy Emmy, I just figured out how to say your name and you've already left. Four generations of crocheters, congratulations. We are a hodgepodge of every crafting known to man in my family. My mom does all of the embroidery, all of the fancy embroidery and quilting. My grandma did all sorts of lace tatting and embroidery. Don't know if my great-grandmother did much. She was busy wrangling a lot of kids and a farm, and goodness knows that's enough. And then I do knitting and spinning and cross stitch. 4 generations, yes. Although I will say I didn't realize it until after I learned how to spin that multiple people in my family know how to spin. 2 of my aunts and 3 of my cousins in almost all different households know how to spin, which blew my mind because we never talked about it until I was knitting on some hand spun when we were hanging out, and they're like, "Oh, that looks like lovely hand spun." And I was like, "How do you know? You're a spinner. Tell me, why didn't we talk about this?" But it's because like when we would hang out for family gatherings, we'd always be sitting there knitting or crocheting, and we never thought to think about talking about spinning. So that was a very fun discovery. Years ago, I had serious elbow pain caused by computer mouse usage. I had to switch to my left hand until it went away. Yes. Well, especially when I'm spinning and I've been going for a while, the longer I go, the more and more breaks that I take. Because you don't realize like how it affects your back or your hips or your calves until you stand up. Because it's repetitive action. So while you're sitting down, it doesn't feel so bad. But then when you get up, it's another story. So I always tell people who are starting to spin, don't do it for more than 15 minutes at a time. Spinning takes up more of the Popeye flex muscles than anything. That and possibly leg muscles if you're using a traditional wheel, not if you're using an e-spinner. But I also like it because when I want to take a break from knitting, then I can spin. And when I need to take a break from spinning, I can knit. And they'll use different muscles as well. Breaks it up so I'm not doing the exact same craft all day, every day. Or every night, I should say. I wish I could do it all day, every day. Gotta work. They won't let me knit at work, which is rude. Wouldn't be a very good secretary if I did knit at work, but it's still rude. Haven't figured out how to spin or knit for a living yet. Someday. The other problem is I don't like doing commissions. I only like doing it for me or doing it as presents or giveaways or prizes. So being able to knit or spin for a living without doing commissions is going to be a very, very challenging feat. I got scared because you're told repetitive strain can become chronic and potentially disabling. Yes, it can. Yes. That's why you have to take all the stretch breaks, all the things. But I'm glad that your elbow regained full... I almost said full consciousness. Full usability, full mobility. That it's okay. Lemmy Emmy is your daughter and you're learning how to do amigurumi. Yes! Which is so fun after so many blankets. Yes. It's a lot of ends to weave in, though. It's a lot of sewing. It's deceptively can be a lot of sewing. It's fun. It's fun learning new crafts. I still dabble in crochet a little bit here and there when I want to make a little something. I still do little tiny amigurumis from time to time, but I just enjoy knitting more. And I've also been really enjoying knitting more garments to wear for me. Because, you know, making your own custom clothes is so nice because it always fits. It's a lot of practice, but can't beat the custom aspect of it. Start with the amigurumi and you really like sewing. I used to hate weaving in ends with a passion. But I'm actually getting much better at it, and the more you kind of get it down pat, then I don't mind it so much. When I first started, oh, I hated weaving in ends. I hated it so much. Seaming, you mean I can't knit this in one piece? Forget about it. I'm not knitting that. And now I'm like, bring it on. but it's also just kind of one of those things where like it's weird and it's scary and then it clicks and now it's great. You love the sewing parts? She usually gives them to me to sew in. I've heard of people who like knit giving their items to like friends to weave the ends in for them. And I didn't know anyone else who knit who would be willing to do that. So I had to do it myself. And then my poor sister, I'm like, I'll just teach you. I'm not going to do it for you. I'll teach you. She's like, I wouldn't mind some socks. And I was like, hey, you want to learn how to knit socks? And then I made her do Sock Madness with me. Which she did. I am so sorry if you were on headphones. I will warn you guys, I usually punch the mic at least twice per stream though, so it is nothing new. I'd say it's the microphone on the arm, but it's not. I used to punch the microphone when it was next to my face way more than a standing microphone arm. RIP headphone users, I'm so sorry. Speaking of taking breaks, I just realized we're about 2 hours into the stream and I haven't gotten up for stretch break. So I am going to get up and I'm going to take a real quick, like 2 or 3 minute break. And then we're going to come back and hang out and do some more spinning. You're definitely not going to finish this first ply tonight, which is fine. I do want to get a decent chunk done and get about halfway. So we can finish it up on Saturday and then ply it next week. And then the goal, the dream, is next Saturday morning to start knitting up our socks, which will be delightful. The big thing we'll be waiting on is, so once you ply it, it's best to leave it sit on the bobbin for a day to rest, and that just lets all the twist kind of set in and lock into place. Not necessary, but it's nice if you have the time. But then the big thing about hand spun is you really need to rinse it to set the twist in, kind of like a perm. You gotta, once you rinse it and dry it, it just helps keep that twist in, because wool has a ton of memory. So the big thing after we finish plying it is I'll need enough time for it to rest and dry in humid Florida. So hopefully it will be dry by next Saturday is the goal. So we'll see. Put 2 pastel yarns together. And now it looks like my fiber. Yes. I love, especially when you hold 2 yarns double, I love the effect that you get. Especially like for hats, if it calls for like DK weight yarn, I love doing 2 different colors of fingering weight and then holding them double. It's a super fun effect. And this was accidental. I think it's safe to say that everyone loves a good unicorn color. What's not to love about unicorn pastels? All right, we're gonna move it up the hook. I'm gonna pull this in, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to pull this in, and I'm going to twist it And that's just gonna lock the twist in and keep it from unraveling. And we're gonna take a real quick break, just enough for me to get up and stretch and walk up and down the stairs. We are gonna run a super quick ad break. So you will probably get an ad. This is dual purpose. I mean, it helps get a couple cents for the channel. It helps keeps the lights on. But also then anyone who joins us won't have a pre-roll ad for a half an hour after we come back from break, which will be nice if anyone pops in. Make sure I have the right screen up. Here we go. Okay, perfect. My mother tried to show me how to knit, but you're dyslexic and can't read a pattern. Oh no. If you have an iPad, there are a lot of knitting apps you can put a chart into, or you can put the text into, and it'll highlight line by line, and it's amazing. It's delightful. But we'll talk about that more. We're gonna take a quick break. Guys, if you were also crafting, I highly encourage you to get up, stretch, hydrate, use the bathroom, all the things. We'll see you in a hot minute. Hey guys, I'm back. Hope everyone got something to drink, stretched, did the thing. I went out to the window. Well, I went out to the window. I went downstairs and was looking out the window. There we go. And I don't know what it's called, but it's this really cool effect, especially in Florida. I know it happens to other places. When it's dark and it's lightning, and so you're just getting all these different flashes from every direction, and then only sometimes the thunder rolls in. It's really cool. I like the effect. Let me catch up here. The string player, hello. You need to finish your transcriptions. I was watching you. I could not listen to you because I was on a call, but I was watching you type all the music, and I was like, man, technology is cool. And thank you for the new logo, love. I realized you're gonna laugh at this. So I have an atom tattoo on my back, which is why I am Atomic Stacy. And I realized, I was trying to fix up a bunch of the graphics and make it fresh, and I was making new emotes. And I was looking at my logo, and I realized my logo is a different element than the one on my back. My logo had 4 electrons and protons, or electrons and neutrons. And my tattoo only has 3. And I had been streaming for a year and I hadn't even realized it. So finally my logo is now accurate. And now it feels fun and fresh because I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's me. That's literally me. So now it's way more fun. Hey, Bearded Otter, thank you. Let's see. I'm 70, so need to see someone doing it hands-on, I should say. Not used to all this new technology. That's fair. Do I have an iPad here? I don't. Do I have a thing on my phone? Let's find out. If I have a pattern downloaded, I'll flash it up real quick. If not, I'll be better prepared next time. Maybe I don't. Maybe? Knit Companion? Oh, I have it on my iPad. I don't have it here. That's okay. Here we go. So it's called Knit Companion. It works best on the iPad. But it lets you, this is a screenshot of Not My Project. So it has a little highlighter bar that lets you go line by line so you can keep track of where you are. And then the blue bar moves side to side. And then I don't have it handy, but I have highlighter tape. So it is a piece of, it's like Scotch tape, except you can pull it up and put it down multiple times. And it is see-through in all of the highlighter colors. So I have like a yellow one and my sister has a purple one, and it's specifically see-through, and you put it down and it's like it highlights a line, and then you can peel it up and move it down to the next line for paper, which is also very cool. It's called highlighter tape, and it's on Amazon for like $5 a roll. And I only ever use like 2 or 3 pieces per project. So I'm pretty sure that one roll I bought will last me the rest of my life at this rate. I love gadgets and gizmos aplenty. So I love all the new fun things that are invented. I love them. Modern living through science, through chemistry, better living through chemistry, modern living through science. I'm frozen. You may have to refresh, or where it's settings, bump me down to the next highest, a lower video quality. But I should still be good on my end. Looks like should be okay. try to be as mom friendly as possible on stream because Damien's mom, my husband's mom, also pops in and hangs out. She uses safety pins to mark her spots on the knitting. I do. Well, kind of. They're like knit friendly safety pins. But it's just another kind of stitch marker. Oh, I have some here. Stitch marker ASMR. They're called bulb pins, like a light bulb. Come on, camera. Just get the darkest one. Here we go. So they don't have the loop-de-loop on the back where the yarn can get stuck. But the front is just like a safety pin. So they're bulb, B-U-L-B stitch markers. And I will often put them like, okay, so tonight I started here, and then I see how many rows I knit, which either encourages me or tells me to stop looking at my phone as needed. My biggest problem is lately I've been sitting down to knit and then I'm too tired to move. So I have like the bag of knitting on my lap. I'm just tired watching TV, or I'm just on my phone and I'm just too tired to go the extra step to actually do the thing. It's got the same closure at the front, so it's the exact same idea, Bearded Otter. But because they don't have that back where the yarn could get snagged around the loop, then they're much nicer. But if you look up like bulb markers or bulb stitch markers, you should be able to find them. I think those rose gold ones, I got like 200 for like $6, and then my sister and I split them. Because I was knitting with a lot of like gray yarn, and I did not want more silver stitch markers. Also, I lose them constantly, so I'm sure I only have like 50 left out of the 100 that I had. It's like that meme. I've purchased 467 stitch markers in my life. How many can I find now? 4. I have 4. Feel that meme very hard. All of my stitch markers go wherever that missing sock goes. Considering my husband does the laundry, I'd say there's at least 6 of them under the dryer. Yeah, so they don't get stuck in the yarn. I mean, it's brilliant. And you're right. I mean, a safety pin works fine. Heck, I've used bobby pins as stitch markers when I needed a stitch marker and I couldn't find one. But because those are specifically for knitting, they are quite nice. They're the socks friend. They absolutely are. They're extra nice when you're knitting socks and you're counting rows. Like if you're knitting socks one at a time, and you need to count rows, because then you can put them down like, you know, every 10 or 15 rows. In fact, I just realized I have the perfect example here. I'll show you on my knitting cam, but it'll be extra yellow. Yeah. I cannot wait to download the software to make this not yellow and HD for you guys. But I'll show you the overall effect here. Here we go. So this is a sock that I'm knitting. They are the Jabba socks. So I will go back and I will duplicate stitch afterwards. One will say, if you can read this, and the other will say, bring Solo and the Wookiee to me. So what I did is I had to mark off because the pattern had to be at least this many stitches. At least this many stitches long. The camera is not going to focus. There we go. It had to be so many rows long in order to do the pattern, to do the embroidery stitch. So that's how I kept track of how many rows I needed. So cuz it's like, I don't know, 74. So I did 4 and then 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Oh, 64. Anyway, you get the idea. It's delightful. Sock's best friend. Can confirm. I use loose yarn or a long tail for that. The long tail, well, for one, I have cats who like to sit in my lap. So I used to use long tail until the day that my cat hopped in my lap and yoinked the long tail, or took a bite out of it, off the end of it. And then that didn't work out anymore. And then I needed to cat proof it. But I enjoy the stitch markers. I like it. What kind of wool am I spinning with? This is a merino nylon blend. The nylon gives it that extra hardiness since I'm making it into socks, which will be nice. But I've knit with all kinds of wool. BFL is my favorite. I also really enjoy Polworth. Merino is nice, but it's not everyone goes straight for merino, and it's just okay. I like merino blended better than I like plain merino. And if you're a beginning spinner, I do not recommend using merino because the staple length, the length of each hair is much shorter than other breeds, so it is harder to spin. I mean, once you've been spinning for a while, being harder to spin is kind of relevant. Like now I don't really notice that it's that much harder to spin. It occasionally clumps up, but I know how to fix it so it doesn't bother me. But when you're a beginning spinner, it makes a huge difference. What would you recommend for starters? Polworth is really good. BFL is pretty nice. I think Cheviot. No. Yeah? Hang on. I'm gonna get them all mixed up, and then I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm gonna misspeak again. Hang on. Corriedale. Here, I'll type it. Corriedale is delightful for beginners. That was my first one. I really enjoyed it. Corriedale. Polworth is another one. And I do really like Polworth as a fabric. And then my favorite beginner otherwise is BFL. Blue-faced Leicester? Uncreative Automaton, hello! Come on in. We're starting, well, we started, we're well into now, the fourth ply of our floof to foot socks. Our sock spin, I should say. So, last ply. Alpaca wool, yes. Alpaca is delight. I have knit with alpaca and I loved it. I made my husband a hat. If it wasn't so warm in Florida, he would wear it all the time. But I have not spun alpaca yet. My mom thinks alpacas are really cute, and she found out that you can have them as pets in our county. You don't have to have a special permit to have them. So she thinks having like 3 or 4 alpacas in the backyard would be delightful, because then she'd have new pets to play with, and then I would spin her alpaca socks. Spin and knit her alpaca socks. And to be fair, if she kept alpacas, I would absolutely make her socks out of the alpaca wool she gave me. But I do not think my mom needs to raise a pack of alpacas. The wool is expensive. It is expensive. But it's real nice. Alpacas are just more maintenance than sheep. So people don't have them as much. So it's just a rarer fiber to find. I want to have sheep, but I don't have a garden. I don't think sheep would handle well here in Florida. There's an alpaca farm that used to be open for visitors like an hour and a half away. And of course I found out about it right before COVID hit. So I never got to go. I hope they're still open. Would love to go up there and find out. So I know that they're heat tolerant for our location. But again, my parents have a big backyard, but they don't live on a farm. They don't need a herd of alpaca running around. And they are very social creatures. You can't have just one. You gotta have a pack of alpacas. An alpaca pack. Why is it only telling you now that I'm online? I don't know. If it's the Twitch app, it's because they're changing things. So nothing works. I post on Twitter and Discord when I go live. Because I know sometimes Twitch is the worst. But that's all right. We're hanging out. We're just it's a chill night. You have not missed much. Test out a bunch of fancy new toys. I have a new overhead camera. We did finally test using my old iPhone as an overhead craft cam, and it works beautifully with the free software. So now I will download the professional software that will actually let me color code it correctly and will give us 1080p, because it's definitely not high definition right now. I hope you're doing well. Uncreative Automaton. Want to have sheep, but you don't have a garden. I read that. Because they're cute AF and huggable, you'll get no qualms from me. Anything that makes wool that soft must be squishy to hug. Must be squishy to hug. You want to get into hand spin again, but you're stuck trying to find a good source of fluff. I once spun some wool bamboo, and it was so luscious. It was meant for sock yarn. Oh, yes. Well, and the bamboo acts like silk or nylon, so it is very strong. And the sheen on it is chef's kiss. I've spun some wool that had bamboo in it, but it was only like 5%. So I really couldn't... It didn't have enough of a sheen or have enough of a different feeling for me to really tell that it was anything different than silk. So I'd really like to try something with a higher content blend eventually. You know of a few alpaca farms in Ohio? Yes. Don't know what they do with the hair, but I would think they clip it in the spring like sheep. Yes. Exactly like sheep. And I'm sure they sell it to a mill or a spinner's guild or a hand spinner with a hankering for delicious fiber. I would hope. You know, you hear all these stories in Britain about how like it was too expensive to sell, like they couldn't get enough money from the mill for selling the sheep hair, even as like bedding. So they would just take it into the garden and throw it down as like a garden path fiber or just burn it. And one, burning hair smells terrible, so that is very sad. And two, that's terrible because every knitter and spinner ever is like, oh my gosh, I can't find any. There is actually a yarn shortage for a lot of dyers right now because of COVID. A lot of indie yarn dyers are having trouble getting their hanks, their mill spun stuff from the factories because they don't have enough people running enough in the machines at full scale. It makes me so sad. All that fluff and no one to love it. But we're from Ohio, and the first time my mom saw an alpaca in person, we were driving through farmland, and an alpaca had come up to the fence by the side of the road, and my mom goes, "That is the cutest baby llama I've ever seen. I didn't know they were so cute." And I said, "Ma, that's not a llama, that's an alpaca. That's why it's so cute." And she goes, "I want one." And then I knit with the alpaca, and she goes, "So do you think we could keep them here?" I'm terrible about talking her down from this ledge because I want her to raise alpaca because I want alpaca fluff. Very allergic to latex, so trying to find some store that sells bamboo bras in and around. Because you can't wear anything with spandex. Oh my, I didn't even think about that. Because bamboo would be so much softer and hold up better as an undergarment than cotton would. Because I believe the bamboo is more moisture wicking than cotton. Cotton kind of is moisture absorbing. So yeah, if people want to drop their sources in Discord. Oh, that reminds me. A couple folks posted pictures of what they're working on, and then I never went back to look. And then I promptly forgot. So let's check the Discord real quick. A yam shortage. I mean, it would suck if you liked yams. This is a super cute beanie. It is a little small though. Hang on, let me pull this up. It's very cute. It is a little small. I would definitely add a brim to it. You can pull it back out. Have a little stripey bit. They don't spit though. Correct. I once saw online, it was like and I sent it to my mom, I'll have to find it. It was like the difference between an alpaca and a llama. And it's like alpacas are friendly and are okay with smaller spaces and more easily adaptable to human connection. And it was like, and llamas spit and eat trash and hide a knife in their fur. My mom's like, we're not getting a llama. It's very funny. And welcome to our new folks. Also, did y'all see the Fiber Mage's super cute amigurumis she made on stream the other day? I died with cuteness. I died. They're so cute. They're guard animals. They are guard animals. We're also going to shout out the string player who's hanging out with us, who also does the crafty things and plays the cello. Bonus! And here's my guard llama. Keep him around for security purposes. That thunder kind of scared me. Caught me by surprise. I'm doing that thing where I keep leaning one way or another. Probably wrap it up fairly soon, because usually when I start drifting or going sideways, that means my body is like, you should take a break. I'd like to get just a little bit further. I don't think we're quite halfway yet. Saturday, hopefully we'll have the overhead camera all set up. So for those of you who are not aware of the ongoing camera saga, both of my webcams are hand-me-downs. And originally when I started streaming, I had 2 different models of Logitech webcam, and it suited me just fine for like 10 months. And then the oldest hand-me-down webcam, the lens started going, and every time I turned the camera on, it got more and more blue, like a blue digital tint that cannot be corrected, because it's the lens coating or the lens itself. So I got another hand-me-down to replace it. This is what happens when you're friends and mods with a bunch of streamers. They give you all their old stuff to get started. But so now the 2 webcams that I have, the spinning cam and the face cam, are the exact same model, and my computer can't always tell them apart. So it is very fickle sometimes, and it does not do well close up, as you can see when I try and show things off. So like when I try to zoom in or look at like when it's the overhead knitting cam instead of the spinning cam, it does not like it. So now I'm using my old iPhone as our overhead cam. So we'll download the different software that will hopefully make it more feasible. But our test went well today, so I'm super excited. That's why I keep talking about it. Our live test is a success. But then I can keep this camera as the spinning camera for the wide shots. And then the face camera I can leave, and then we'll have a new crafting cam. So hopefully on Saturday that will be fixed, and we can show off all the things I've been knitting on and all the good stuff. because if we finish this spin on Saturday before movie afternoon at 2 p.m., then we'll switch to knitting for a bit. Saturday, we're in the Discord, we're watching The Princess Bride. So if you guys haven't seen it, you need to watch it. 1, because it's an amazing movie, and 2, because I quote it a lot, and you'll make me sad if you don't know what I'm quoting. And 3, because one of my favorite people, Scott, mentioned that we should watch it, and we are finally acquiescing to his request. And it's going to be a very fun time. For our Discord movies, so we have the voice channel where I will share the screen and I'll broadcast the movie. So you just pull it up and hang out and mute yourself. You don't have to have a camera on or anything. You just click on share my screen and make it embiggen. And then if you have a second device or a second screen or don't mind switching back and forth, we have a separate text chat channel that's just for the movie or watch along. So folks who are not involved can mute it if they get tired of it. And that's where we put all of our chat, where we quote our favorite lines and tell stupid stories and say things we used to think. And it's also quite delightful. Our last afternoon movie was My Neighbor Totoro, and that was a lot of fun. So we were all talking about how cute everything is and how catchy those stupid songs are, and how it's crazy that all these movies are turning 30 and the quality is so good that they are timeless, which was fun. And about how much those kids scream during the first 10 minutes. They're just running around screaming their heads off. Which is funny, and like, oh my gosh, I'm glad they weren't my kids. But they're very polite. Rambunctious. Also Saturday, I hope to show off my birthday sweater progress. So I've been knitting on the broadleaf. So I started a new tradition for myself this year, and I love it. And I'm hoping to succeed so I can continue it. So I did a bunch of Christmas giftmas knitting, and my birthday is January 10th. So by the time my birthday rolls around, I don't want to knit for no one else. I just want to knit for me. So for my birthday this year, as my birthday present from my husband, he got me a sweater quantity of very fancy, delicious hand-dyed yarn and mohair. And I'm knitting the broadleaf sweater out of it, and I love it. So I have the front almost all finished. I'm to the point now to where before I can bind off the front, I need to knit the rest of the back so I can try it on and find out how far down to make the shoulder seam, the seam on the top. But I am a third of the way through the back, and I have been inspired to knit on it again. So I'm hoping I can just tear through that back this week and this weekend. So we'll see. But I hope to show that off on Saturday with the fancy. The problem is it's like yellow and purple. It's very fall colors. But if I show it on the craft cam now with how yellow the test camera is, you'll never be able to tell what color it actually is. So we'll save it for Saturday. This, the 2 acrylic yarns is hard. Oh, a lot of friction. Yes, yes. That is the problem with acrylic. It is very sticky I guess is a good word. Sometimes squeaky. I think acrylic has a lot of uses. And and it's definitely way more affordable than wool. And I don't think ill of anyone who uses it, but it is not for me. I used to knit with acrylic, and I hated it. And I hated the feel. And then I stopped knitting, and then I found wool, and then I started knitting again, and now I've never looked back. It's just love at first touch. And also, especially in Florida, wool, believe it or not, is much cooler than acrylic. Because acrylic just traps air, so usually heat. Whereas wool is extra breathable, and it actually is a temperature controlling material. Since you're spinning it. You know, Yarn Crafter's Corner, I say that, but I've never spun acrylic. And I am so interested to hear if hand spun acrylic is nicer than machine spun acrylic. Because I think part of the reason I don't like it is because I'm not a fan of the mill spun process either for it. They always make it like so weirdly chunky or such a weird texture that you have to like wash it 600 times to get it to relax. So I'm wondering, I'm really curious to see what your plied yarn looks like. I cannot wait. If I did not already have so much yarn to spin and knit with, I would buy some acrylic like now while I'm thinking about it, but I do not need anything else. I still have not gotten through my birthday Christmas stash yet. Thinking about just using 2 cotton yarns you have. So the only problem with cotton is it doesn't have any stretch to it like acrylic or wool does. Which is good for some things and not good for other things. Like cotton blankets are amazing because then they don't get all stretched out and weird. And they are, I think, much easier to wash and fuzz up really nicely compared to some acrylics. But it can be really hard on your hands to knit with it, depending upon how you're knitting it or what you're knitting with. But they make great scrubbies. They make the best dish towels and dish scrubbies and face towels. Again, because they don't have all that stretch to them. And they are so absorbent. Have you heard of Bamboo Underwear or any company that sells it? I mean, there's cotton, but I guess you're right. A lot of places use a cotton spandex blend. You know, you'd think with how common latex allergies were that would be a more sought after item. Yarn Crafters, again, if y'all love it, great, more for you. There's something for everyone. But it's just so hot. The other problem is like when I was knitting it, it was so hot in my hands, it would make my hands so sweaty. I think that's the reason I first stopped knitting with it, because it was Florida and it was summer, and I'm like, why am I doing this? I'm never gonna live anywhere cold enough to be able to wear anything, because I was also only knitting like hats and scarves, because it was acrylic is too warm to wear, and I was like, there's no point. I'm just gonna turn into that little lady who crochets covers for everything. So I stopped. I learned to knit in middle school, and I knit all through middle school and high school, and then I stopped in college. And then like And then right after college, I picked it up again because I needed something to do with my hands. And that was okay. And then I found wool, and my body likes it. Make pillows and sheets out of it. Yeah. My weighted blanket is bamboo, and it's way cooler than cotton because it doesn't retain heat. It's much more breathable. It doesn't retain heat or moisture like cotton does. Well, here, let's we'll take a hot minute. Let's ask Google. Dear Google, bamboo underwear. Oh. Oh. It can't be that simple. Here we go. Bamboounderwear.com. Oh, bralettes and underpants. Let's see, classic bralette. Let's see if it has any spandex. With 5% spandex. So never mind. Cheeky brief. It's probably that band. Yep, 5% spandex. Spandex free underwear. Maybe we'll try this. Cottonique. Everyone says Cottonique. Let's see. Women's. They don't look like they're sewn very well. Eczema Company. Latex free. I mean, the underwear looks nice. I don't know what's going on with these bras, though. Oh, it's a bra liner. Oh, why would you want to wear a bra liner? Why don't you just buy a better bra? Here you go. This is the other one that we were looking. I have no idea if either of those will work for you. I will warn you now. It does say 100% organic cotton, so that is better. Looks like it's gonna be very hard to get around the waistband is the problem. That's what made that bra look so weird, is that the straps weren't ribbon-esque. Although if you use silk ribbon, I don't see why that wouldn't work. Although that would make it more expensive. bamboo pillow. They have a smell to them for a bit. I would not say stinky, but it, you know, it's there. I feel like they absorb the smell of the packaging more than other fabrics. So it has that like plasticky packaging smell after you've washed it even after you've washed it the first time for a little bit. It takes a proper airing out to get it to not smell weird. But then they seem fine after that. But I feel like they absorb smells. I feel like we have to wash them more often. Because they're moisture wicking. So, like, it's cooler, which is nicer. But then you have to wash it more often because then it's just soaking up all that sweat and then moving it. Or your body oils or air moisture if you're in a humid place. Come back and find links to super fancy underwear. Hey. Leaf Lemix is Lemmy Emmy's mom who rated us. And she was saying that she had a latex allergy, so she was allergic to spandex. And was asking if anyone had knew of any bamboo underwear. And I got real excited until I realized that the waistband or the bra band was made of spandex. So the underwear itself is fine, but it's that band. Oh, and then we were talking about just bamboo as a fiber absorbs smell. So like the first time you use it, I think it smells very plasticky and it takes a proper airing out. So like you can take it out of the packaging and wash it, but it still smells a little plasticky until it just breathes out. So not underwear, but like bamboo sheets. I have a bamboo weighted blanket with a bamboo cover, and it is cooler, which is nice, but I feel like I have to wash the cover for it more often than other things because it just absorbs more stuff. I couldn't tell you. Yes to the extra washing. All right. I mean, it's not just me. I have a witness. Punk Pixie Blue, hello, hello. We are spinning ply number 4 out of 4. And talking about, well, we were talking about different fibers, which is what started this. And then, as usually happens here, it quickly digresses down the wormhole of randomness. It's so pretty. Thank you. Here we go. Here, Punk Pixie, ready? Here's your money shot. It's a little pale on the camera. I was trying to get the camera doesn't want to show all the pinks and the purples. It's real nummy though. Real nummy. Hair saturation? Well, that's better. All right. Just need to oversaturate it a little bit. It's too orange. That's a little better. It makes me look a little weird. It makes my hands look all orange, but it makes the yarn look great, so we'll go with it. Post a link in Discord to menu item that went immediately south in my mind. Yes, please. Might be a little too much saturation. A little much. Now it's messing with the focus. Ah, well. It'll be fine. My age, I can get away without wearing a bra, but can't without underwear. At my stage of life, I want to be just walking around without a bra, but I'm not there yet. Not there yet. Mostly lifestyle-wise. I would like to be the old lady who just walks around in a t-shirt and underwear. And everyone's like, oh, it's just grandma. She's crazy. Still have to be the adult. You want to eat it? It is all the cotton candy colors. It is all the cotton candy colors. It's delightful. It is blue raspberry and pink and purple. And I say blue raspberry because blue raspberry always seemed either electric blue or very minty. And this is like mint, pink, and purple. But yeah, I am just chomping at the bit to get the rest of this spun up and plied because I cannot wait to see how it turns out. I'm dying to see it. Simply dying to meet you. As soon as I get home, that's me. Bra comes off as soon as I can. String player, I'm gonna tell you a secret I learned, and it changed my life. Someone was talking about how 2020 was going to be their year in 2019. I never forgot it because I was like, in some ways it came true. They were like, I was talking to a woman about how when you come home and the bra coming off is the best feeling in the world. And the other woman said, honey, I take my bra off when I get to the car. And that person was like, and that's the energy I'm bringing to 2020. And I'll tell you what, when I worked somewhere I didn't want to work and I knew I didn't have to stop on the way home and I took my bra off in the parking lot, I felt like a new woman driving home. Pull the trigger, ordered from Paradise Fibers. I have heard great things from them. I have not ordered from them yet. I hope you like it. I can't wait for you to get back into spinning though. You keep mentioning it, and I hope you enjoy it. Let me see what string player posted. In the kitchen. Pea-nana shake. The pea-nana shake? Why would you... Can't you just call it an Elvis shake? Why do you have to call it a pea-nana? Can't you just call it a peanut butter banana? Why you gotta make it weird? Those would be the questions I'd ask. If I didn't work at a school, I would totally do that. Maybe after the grocery store next time, though. Well, it did also make a large difference to me because I was also driving an hour home and an hour to work. So that extra hour in the car that I was already mad I had to drive so far to get home was a lot nicer when I didn't have to wear a bra. Particularly when I'm just screaming Broadway songs at my steering wheel. I'm 17, so we have a really wide range of ages. We do. I enjoy, I'd say Twitch for that, because I think you're always surprised either how young or how old a lot of people are. Very rarely are people as much in the middle as you think they are, but also that could just be because I'm in the middle of age range for Twitch, and I assume everyone's my age. So there's that. But crafters and makers and crafters, I feel, has a much larger variety of ages than your typical gaming stream, which is very fun. We certainly have a much wider range of ages for streamers in Makers and Crafting than most other gaming streams. Braless Broadway belting. Say that 5 times fast. Yeah, it was really liberating on the way home to just scream fuck yous right in between. What was the thing I had been singing last? I don't know. There was a lot of it. There were a lot. Cater to the college demographic in town. I don't wear them unless I have to go out. Punk Pixie, I tried real hard to figure out if I even had to wear one on my Zoom calls. And when I'm in a group Zoom call, no. But when I'm in like just a one-on-one, yeah, it kind of shows. I do need to make an effort when I go to work, even though I'm working from home. And it's definitely sweatpants. I'm definitely only business on top. But I can't cut enough of my camera off to get away with it. You've ordered them in the past, it's just the exchange rate and everything being stupid expensive right now. Yeah. Well, and shipping. Although I think shipping from the US to Canada isn't nearly as horrendous as shipping from Canada to the US. Because there are I'm finding a ton of makers and crafters in Canada that I would love to order from, but I can't afford an extra $25 for shipping to Florida. So I'm like, well, no, I can wait, or I'll just buy more local. That's what I keep telling myself. I'll just buy local. I'll help people closer to me. Although I think Canada is closer than California. Hard to find a good bra without those underwire push-up bras that did cause you to sweat. Yeah. Yeah, my husband's always like, why are you so sweaty? And I'm like, I'm wearing like 15 more things than you are. I was also trying to explain to him that I had more surface area to sweat, and that didn't go over well at all. We agreed to disagree. Not in terms of shipping rates, it isn't? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, and I'll tell the story again because I think it's so ridiculous. I think I moved it. I had a set of stitch markers that I bought around Halloween, right before prices went through the roof. I got them in September, and it was the little Charlie Brown ghost with all the holes cut in the sheet holding a rock. I got a rock as a stitch marker. I thought it was adorable, and it was a maker and crafter on Instagram I had been following, and she was having a sale, so I got like 5 or 6 stitch markers. So excited, yay me. The first set got lost in the mail, and the second set that she sent didn't get here until February. And I don't know where it lived for so long, but October through February is too long to wait for a package this big. Why? So she's like, I hope you order from me again. I was like, I love your stuff. I would love to. I can't afford it. I don't have 6 months to wait for something that costs me $1 billion. My favorite says stitch markers are all swear words. Are they as a needle runs through it? Because I've seen those and I really want them. Bras are made by men that don't know women's anatomy. Yes. Also, bra sizing is not something they teach in school, and they should actually absolutely teach bra sizing in sex ed. I'm sorry. It makes no sense, and we should tell the children. Because as someone who didn't wear the correct bra size for most of their life up until embarrassingly recently, I never wore a bra that fit properly. And they're too expensive to wear ones that don't fit properly. Bras are the one thing I'm like, I can either buy a $50 cheap bra or I can buy like a $75 luxury bra, and it's the one thing I'm like, just upgrade every time. Mom just shoved me towards the women's section and said, find one that fits. Yeah. Yeah, my mom we went to Victoria's Secret because they do the free bra sizing, and that was a terrible idea because the girl was dead wrong, because that's not how that works. It's by volume, not by inches around my chest with that weird measuring tape they all have to carry around. I'm trans, so I don't even know how to measure myself when I get hormones or surgery. The best thing to do is just measure your underbust where the bra band will sit, and then try them all on. Because really, that's how it is. Find how many inches it is, and find the bra band that fits nicely on the loosest one. Because as you wear it, it'll stretch, and you'll have to go to a tighter and tighter thing. And then find a cup size that looks nice, that feels nice. Because of course, they make no sense. Because of course, like a 36 double D and a 38D are the same cup size, but different around your chest strappy bit size. It doesn't make any sense. I hate it. I could go on ranting forever. Usually when we start talking about women's things, Rob Nitz shows up. So I'm going to stop ranting before I torture him even more. The last time we were in craft night and we were talking about the gynecologist, and Rob popped up. So I feel like I don't need to summon that kind of monster right now. Never going to Victoria's Secret again if I can help it. They are evil. Yes. Art by Jamie Lynn. Hello. Come on in. Welcome. Unless you've already been here lurking, and that's cool too. But I'll say hi as though I just saw you. Hello. I don't know why I have to make everything so awkward. I'm sorry. Reddit, a bra that fits. Yes. Oh, that is true. Reddit did teach me proper bras. And I'm not gonna keep going into it. Yep, Reddit. And also not Victoria's Secret anymore. I like Vian Rose. La Vian Rose. Yes. Although I have been purchasing way too many things from Torrid, TORRID.com. They're plus size clothing, but Not necessarily plus size. So they are a plus size clothing company, but they also just do like big and tall, or like small and busty, or small and booty, or just tall. So I've been purchasing a lot of things from them because finally clothing that fits. Um, so I got a bra from them to try, and I do very much enjoy it. That's where I got my Star Wars underwear that I showed off on stream because I was all excited. Look, I got Baby Yoda panties. Here, internet, why don't we take a look? Because I have no shame. They were right out of the packaging. They were unworn. But I did show my underwear off on the internet. Not while wearing it though. Flat on the desk. I'm wearing my Baby Groot underpants for those of you who are wondering. You like Torrid? Yes. Yes. I read that Victoria's Secret is rebranding to What Women Want. Gee, really? About time. I think it's too little too late for them. I never liked their stuff anyway. It's all super... The problem is it's all super expensive, made out of super cheap material. It's not like you're paying extra for luxury material for a luxury brand. It's just as crappy and cheap as other places. It just has more lace on it. It's not any nicer. I will say I did have a bra underwire snap in the middle and then two-prong stab me through the workday, and my boss wouldn't let me go home for the day. She told me I could go down to Walmart and just buy a replacement bra, and I was really scared of what I found at Walmart. I was like, these are just all for moms and nursing people. There's no support, or there's only support. There's nothing in the middle. I was like, can't I just have like a normal? If I wanted Fredericks of Hollywood, I'd go to Fredericks of Hollywood. It'd probably be the same price. KB, what did you do? I did a thing. I'm so naughty. You bought an E-Wheel Nano. Are you excited? I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. So jelly. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Torrid used to be plus size version of the style of clothes you could find at Hot Topic. Guessing they realized there's a wider need in the market for those sizes. Yeah. When they have sales, the entire site's 50% off. And I mean, the prices, when it's 50% off, the prices for the quality can't be beat. They're kind of pricey otherwise, but it's also just like Macy's. Every weekend's the biggest sale of the year. Are you peanut butter jelly? Peen banana? Peen banana? Peanana. I don't... That's such a word that should never be used. You love your Matcha Craft Susie, but this is just... You know, it's new. It's a new toy. You're allowed to be excited about a new toy. I'm super excited for you. I can't wait until you set it up so I can watch you do the thing. Someday I'll get an e-spinner. I really like being able to stop and start, though, on my regular wheel. But the Nano is... You're right. It's tiny. It's so small. It's not even SMALL. It's SMOL. It's so small. Small and tender. not gonna lie, the biggest pull for me is I could put it in my purse and take it to work and spin at work on my lunch break, which sounds delightful. But now I work from home, so I don't have to worry about that. I can lay off the envy a little while longer. Because when I'm home, I just nap on my lunch break, and that's nice. Although, tomorrow Damien and I are watching Loki. We're super behind. We haven't seen the new episode of Loki, and it's making my husband crazy. But I really wanted a nap on my lunch break today. So I took a nap, and he hadn't even gotten up yet. So he's like, all right, well, I guess I'll just have to roll over and go back to bed for half an hour. You have the electric eel wheel mini, which is nice for spinning in the car. You might sell your mini when the Nano arrives. You should. There are a ton of people who would buy it. Because every time I see any electric eel wheel anything pop up on like the because I'm always keeping an eye on like the for sale or trade stuff in the spinning wheels, because someday I'll trade or sell up this spinning wheel. I'll get a different spinning wheel, and then either this one will be like the downstairs one, or I'll sell it eventually. I really like this wheel though, so it's not a priority, but I like to just keep an eye, because you know, what if someone has something in Florida, because no one does fiber stuff in Florida, or if they do, they hang on to it and they never sell it. So it's always super hard to find anything used in Florida, and so I just keep an eye out for it just in cases. And every time I see something that's electric eel wheel anything, it's immediately sold. People just love it. It must be good. Estate sales, they don't market crafting stuff in estate sales, so it's hard to find it in advertisements. It's so hit or miss, because they don't say like large craft supply. They'll just say like lots of tools, so much furniture, artwork. And also, I just don't have the time to go to estate sales. One, before I stream, or two, early enough to get anything good anyway. Like, a lot of them are like condo estate sales, and I'm like, there's not even any point in going, because they've already sold all their stuff before they moved into a condo. So there's never anything good in those. Need to start the Loki series still. We'll stream it on Discord eventually. We ran into a snag the other night. I was super surprised. Discord updated stuff, and I couldn't stream Disney Plus or HBO on it. I need to figure, it's a video encoding issue, or they're trying to crack down on people who aren't paying for stuff, which I can understand, but I think is kind of rude. Because I am paying for it. So I need to figure out what the deal is with that. Saw an ad for Loki, but don't have Disney Plus, so probably won't be able to see it. No, KB, I'm gonna stream it. We streamed The Mandalorian for folks. Well, part of The Mandalorian. I want to stream Loki and WandaVision, but I need to figure out what's going on with Discord first. With this update. What is going on with this update? The third episode of Loki came out yesterday. If I'm not mistaken. Unless they skipped a week, which would be rude. Because it's not network television, which was the worst. And we won't be on next week because of the Oscars. Screw the Oscars, show me Survivor. I think the problem is that Discord announced that they are being more conscious about copyrights. Maybe. Maybe. We'll find out. I'll do some research. It'll be okay. Worst comes to worst, I have a really awkward way around it, but I'd really rather not do the thing that I'm thinking of if I had to. But I like having movie days with you guys. So I mean, I can still throw on DVDs. Like we did Singing in the Rain and it was fine because I ended up having it on DVD, thank goodness. And I have The Princess Bride on DVD, which is fine, but like a big thing on Discord is being able to hang out and do communal viewing, so they have to be able to put a way in to do that. Like, even if it's just you have to have Discord Nitro to do that, I would be more than happy to pay the Nitro fee if we were going to get that bonus out of it. So we'll see. I'll do some research. That was fun, KV. I'm glad you enjoyed the movie night. While we were hanging out, I updated a bunch of the stream graphics and our new emotes. So I enjoyed hanging out immensely. Did they take it away in Discord? I don't know. That's what I'm saying, is I'm not certain what's going on. Because like the sound was playing, but the video was just black. So everyone said, oh, it's an, so on the forums I was looking at, they said it was an encoding issue and you could change the settings, but I changed the settings and it didn't fix it. So I don't know if it was my computer because Discord had updated right when I started it, or if it is a copyright issue. So I need to look into it more. You'll send me a pic of what finally worked for you? Yes, please. Because we've been doing it. Like once a month-ish, and I would really like to be able to do Loki for folks. Where we watch like maybe like an episode or two on Saturday afternoons or something. I feel like it would be really fun. I'm happy to do it. Because usually whatever we watch, I also want to watch too. So, we'll see. It's probably hardware acceleration on the browser. I'm thinking it's probably more of like, I need to use a different, like I need to use Chrome instead of Firefox, or I need to use Edge. That it might be a setting there. But I didn't have time to fool around with it too much at the time. And of course I was panicking. So it's like, no, the movie. Must start the movie. KB already made popcorn. She did too. She's like, I got my popcorn. I'm all set. I was so excited. We are so close. I'm going to go a little bit longer. I wasn't going to stream this long, but we're getting real close. And I want to ply this on Saturday because I want to be able to watch it. So we're just gonna keep going. We're gonna power through. Y'all are hanging out with me. We're gonna keep the party going. I normally don't stream this late, but it's too much fun. It's St. John the Baptist Day. You can hear fireworks. I just hear thunder. Although very, very soon I will get to hear fireworks every night again. So I live in Central Florida, and I work at Walt Disney World. And I also just happen to be a secretary for entertainment, which handles fireworks and pyrotechnics. So everyone is very excited. We finally announced that fireworks are coming back on July 1st. So it is nothing but overnight overnight pyrotechnic tests and very, very tired people coming into 10 a.m. meetings the next day. We just have neighbors that set off fireworks the week prior to the 4th. So they've probably already started. We used to have neighbors like that, just constantly fireworks. And I'm like, you are not even in the country. You are in a suburban neighborhood. This is a cul-de-sac, sir. Just all night. Standing on the street laughing. They also had the most raucous Super Bowl parties. I don't miss them. I have to change your browser settings to now Chrome has a hardware acceleration thing and enable default. I think that might have been it, String Player. So if you send me that, I would greatly appreciate that. Sent. Excellent. I will do some stream homework. Your neighbors have been setting them off all week. Yeah. Yeah, but Leaf Lemix lives in Quebec. It's not 4th of July fireworks. It's additional holiday fireworks. You didn't know St. John the Baptist Day was celebrated with pyro. It's just funny because I've always lived next to a theme park's fireworks for as long as I lived in Florida, and not having them go off, like I was always like, oh, it's 9 o'clock, I can hear the fireworks. So not having them has felt super weird lately. By lately, I mean for the last 17 months. This time last week, Disney hit a very large milestone. It was the first time in 17 months every theme park around the world was open at the same time, or on the same day, I should say. It was a big deal. There should have been more cake. Or zero cake. My old hood would start to set off fireworks a month before the 4th. Our problem is like the 4th of July is on a Sunday this year, right? So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all fireworks all the time. My problem is like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if they get rained out, they just set the lot off. Like, they'll go bad, have to keep going. And I'm like, it's over. I just want to be like the end of Ferris Bueller. What are you doing here? It's over. Go home. Good night, KB. Thanks for hanging out. I'm so happy you enjoyed the movie night. I will catch you, hopefully, on your stream later. Forgot it was so close to the 4th. We haven't heard any yet. Oh, lucky. They could only sell fireworks for 10 days? Really? I wish we had that. Pretty sure you can buy fireworks here year round. I mean, the nice thing about theme park fireworks is I could I could sometimes see them from my house, I should say. Like, I can't see, we could never see SeaWorld's when because they're always too low to the ground. Because you're sitting in a stadium watching them, so they're not high up. Could never see Universal's, because it's all on the lake. Although one of my very best friends lived like behind or across the street from Universal, so they could see it from their backyard, which was awesome when we set off fireworks in her backyard for the 4th of July. And then for Disney, if I go up to the 2nd floor and look out the bathroom window, I can see all the Magic Kingdom fireworks because they shoot those hella high. So high in the sky. Hella high. Also, I feel like Disney World is inadvertently on some sort of hill, as you can see their fireworks from a strangely large amount around town. It is a very weird perspective. I think it's just devilry. Devilry. Branson, there used to be a theme park that had a laser show with pyro and fireworks literally every night. Feel bad for anyone who lived on the hills. I feel like everything is in Branson. It is every dinner show, theme park, sideshow, Dollywood that you've ever wanted, I feel like is in Branson, Missouri. And I feel like I may be the only Midwesterner who never made that trek. You're in Vegas, if you go to one of the elevated parts in the middle of town, it looks amazing. Everyone sets off their fireworks. Do they all set them off at the same time, or is it just staggered for like an hour and a half? Because like here in Orlando, you can almost set your clock by it, apart from sometimes during the summer. There's a 3 o'clock parade and a 9 p.m. fireworks show. Set your watch by it. For an hour. Well, at least it's staggered. Then you get a nice show. Even you've been to Branson. I knew it. I knew it. If you ever do, let me know. I'll give you some tip townies, Tanos. Strangely enough, I don't think my husband is quite the dinner show enthusiast that Mecca trek would have to be for us. I think we'll be okay. To be fair, I was doing a cross-country road trip and my relatives who had a summer timeshare let us crash there for a couple days. I feel like I'm just gonna say it. I feel like it's all families and old people. The very old and the very young just think it's amazing. My grandparents went there like every year when they were older. They had the best time. I feel like it's very family friendly. It's like the Midwest version of Vegas, which is all dinner shows and buffets and fireworks and none of the gambling. I feel like it's the family version of Vegas. I feel like everyone likes to go, and I just feel like I am too old and not young enough simultaneously to enjoy it. Saw the show with Jim Stafford. Oh, I forgot. That's a huge stopping place for tours. Oh, that is a good place. Jose Basser, hello, my dude. Loki 3's out. Don't ask, I don't do spoilers. I haven't, Bearded Otter, I haven't seen it yet. We're not talking about it. Saturday, I might throw up the spoiler screen at the beginning of the stream if Scott is there to talk about it. But otherwise, I try to stay away from spoilers. Not talking about spoilers now, but we did make one. I made a Loki spoiler screen, so when you see this, mute or turn off captions. But we are not talking about it now. But I am prepared should I ever be far enough in advance. I'm usually too behind to talk about spoilers anyway. But we made one for The Mandalorian, and that was really fun. So I have been making them for other shows that I've been watching when I talked to Scott about it live on stream. I participated in an orchestra festival a couple years ago. There was a lot more in the surrounding areas that I had never known about during family visits. Ooh. Yeah, it's beautiful country. They have like some of the best, I want to say they probably have some of the best like public parks and hiking trails and just lakes and things out there. Like, it's gorgeous country. But like, we've gone to nice country places and have gone on like hikes into the parks, but Damien and I like a better balance. Like, we like more of like in the city and off the beaten path instead of just one or the other. But I think that just comes from living in the suburbs. It's just the speed we're used to. Do the Disney parks have dinner shows? Yes. Yes, they do. Including the Hoop-Dee-Doo musical review, the longest running off-Broadway show, I think, in America. Probably. It has been going since like 2 years after the Magic Kingdom opened. Going forever. It will soon reopen. They also have all the cruise ships. And then they have a ton of like, they have a lot of dinner things that have entertainment, but they're not floor shows per se. So they have like the character dining. So like as you're eating, the characters come around to each of the tables and say hi and do hugs and you get photos and things. And then they have like musicians and singers, but I think the Hoop-Dee-Doo is the only true dinner show that they do. But there is a dinner show on each of the cruise lines, and they're all a different theme. There's always the tiki 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 room. All the birds sing words, and the flowers croon. So they don't serve any food there. That's the problem. Pleasure Island had the Adventurers Club, which I feel like it was more of a floor show kind of thing than not. But Pleasure Island's not a thing anymore. And I'm not mad about it, because it used to just be this weird daytime hole in the middle of the area. I feel like they've done much nicer things with it than just making it a club. Someone put that in my head earlier. I just wanted to inflict it. Damien was singing Manamanat last night, and I was fine with it the first time, but the second time I'm like, stop. It's already stuck in my head. I'm already done. You don't need to drive it in further. Get out of here with that. There are like 5 songs to where every time I hear them, they will be stuck in my head no matter what. And Phenomena is definitely one of them. Although it's fine when I say it. It's like every time my brain forgets about it, it's like, oh, that's a good song. I'm like, get out. Bye. You're welcome. Now you don't have the tiki room stuck in your head. I also get the song Agatha All Along from WandaVision stuck in my head constantly lately. Not better.
We just traded. Now I have the tiki room stuck in my head and you can have that one. It's fine. We're sharing. Sharing is caring. I heard. Once. Mentioned. Maybe. I'm over here dying. Oh, bye. The problem is I know all the words to the Enchanted Tiki Room, so it's just playing in my head, and I can't sing it on stream. / y'all don't need to hear all 20 minutes of it. Curses. Curses. We've officially reached the point in the stream where we're just torturing each other now. You and Damon gone out yet to movie or dinner? We did go out for dinner in March. For our anniversary, because everything shut down the weekend of our anniversary in 2020. So we were prepared to all go out to a super fancy restaurant, and then everything got shut down. So we just had pizza instead. So this year for our anniversary, we went out to our favorite mom and pop restaurant and explained that this was 2 years worth of anniversaries, and they were very nice to us. Jamie Lynn, I saw half of that comment and I can't read the rest because it's gonna get stuck in my head. So if you had anything important to repeat, you'll have to retype it. That's one of the other songs that instantly gets stuck in my head. I'm trying real hard to just think about the tiki room. You lucky people, you. We haven't gone out to a movie. We did go out to Epcot. And did Disney with masks. But now Disney says you don't have to wear masks outdoors. You only have to wear masks inside and on public transportation. And I am not ready for that yet. Mostly because everyone will be much, much too close. And I hated people at Disney beforehand, because no matter which line we stood in or which attraction it was or what age group it was for, I was always at the back of the group with the person who had to full body press against me every 10 seconds. To the point to where I used to have to be like, you need to stop or I'm calling security. And it's always like a mom that's like, I'm not paying attention. And I'm like, get off my ass. Quite literally, stop touching my butt. I'm hot and sweaty, you're hot and sweaty. Stop rubbing your cooties on mine. Stop rubbing your cooties on my booty. We're so close, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the very, very end. So I never liked a full press of crowd to begin with. Let alone now that I'm sure most of the people not wearing masks are not vaccinated, so we'll see. I might have to ease into that. I like to people watch at tourist spots sometimes in the before times. It'll be a long time before we do that again. I don't trust tourists. People watching is fine. The problem is when people get real close. But I had that problem before COVID, so now I double have that problem now. I'm fine people watching. If I'm sitting on this bench, y'all can leave me alone. Y'all don't need to come up and ask if you can sit down. I'm on this bench. sorry. I was here first. Enjoying my afternoon. Get out of my face. Your 3D printed Nitty Naughty doesn't suck. Yay! Congrats! Is structurally sound. Woo! I can tell I've been in too many production meetings because I wanted to say your proof of concept. Congrats! There's been a lot of proof of concept meetings that I can't talk about. That's the phrase that is currently stuck in my head now. Proof of concept. I envy those people who went to their country cottages during the pandemic. Yes. Moby Click, thank you for the follow. And if you're here from Damien's channel, thanks for dropping in and saying hello. We're spinning wool into yarn. Finally put up the yarn that you had in center poles on your off your Turkish spindle. Yeah. My problem with my Turkish spindle is the center pole would always get stuck halfway through. So I had to just use the outside yarns, which was fine, but then they rolled around. So I used to like put them in shoe boxes with a hole on the top and then pull out and let them roll around in the boxes, which worked great, but really confused my cats. Is Damien streaming now? Can you hear him? Kind of, Bash. I can hear him talking in the other room, but I can't necessarily make out what he's saying unless I stop and really listen. But he stopped in to tell me he was going live at the beginning of his stream. And then when I took my break, I popped in and made a face at him. It's still relatively early in the evening. He hasn't quite gotten shouty enough for it to be a problem yet. I wouldn't mind going out to the beach for another beach vacation. Because that's nice, because already on the beach, no one wants to be too close to each other, because the closer you are, the more likely someone else is going to be to kick sand at you. So you're already set up in pods. But a night on the beach is like $250 in Florida right now. And I don't make that kind of money. I don't make beach money, apparently. Also, it's too dang hot. So I'm really looking forward to hopefully doing that in like September once school starts and the international crowd settles down and it's cooler. What about you, Bash? You been getting out and about or not really? Happy you made him give up that disgusting sucker. Well, the other thing is so the challenge was to do it for 5 minutes. So he had done it for 5 minutes. So there wasn't really anywhere else to go. He had been working up to it. So there wasn't anywhere else to go to from that. But like the stick was disintegrating and it was always gooey and soft. And I'm like, that you have been touching that thing for a week and a half. It needs to go. Every time I looked at it, I just wanted to yak. Yuck. Finished up as much as your project as you will today. Next step is burning and doing that Tired is for life choices. Jamie Lynn, you have a nice night. It was delightful to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck on your project when you are more awake tomorrow or this weekend. We will probably be wrapping up here soon. This is quite a long stream for a school night. But take care. Definitely feel like my spinning is getting faster because we never would have gotten this far before, or I just haven't played around in the internet as much as I usually do, so it could be that. But you know, I think we will stop it for the night. Like this is a good spot. I want to spin this last little bit off stream, but I promised we would do it all together. So I think what we'll do is Saturday we'll finish spinning it on stream and we'll ply it, and I will just plan on Saturday being a nice long stream because this is enough to spin and ply. I was worried about spinning it and plying it, but this is only like this isn't much. We could do it. We'll do it.